A very good afternoon to you, and welcome to the Wednesday afternoon session that is expected to begin in the next 3 minutes. Today being the third session of the afternoon sitting. This is the Parliamentary Broadcast Unit in collaboration with KBC, and my name is Angela Chiror for PBU. And the members of Parliament who this morning discussed on a couple of bills and motions are this afternoon also expected to discuss and debate on the statute law, that is the Miscellaneous Amendments Bill number 2 of the National Assembly by the leader of the majority party, that is Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. The bill is in its second reading, and this afternoon they're expected to put the question. It's noted that this morning members of Parliament discussed the motion by Honorable Abdul Haro, the Member of Parliament, on the development of a satellite-based climate change monitoring policy, which the House, through the Ministry of Health, Climate Change and Forestry, develops a policy on IT that develops the use of satellite in the monitoring and forecasting of climatic conditions with the objective of ensuring timely and accurate data collection. This will enhance the country's capacity to respond to weather-related risks and vulnerabilities, including that of climate change. And the Constitution recognizes the people's respect for the environment. And as a country's heritage and commitment to sustaining the environment for the future generations, it's aware that the cycling drought in the country has caused devastating effects and serious disruption to the economy. The climate change is a global problem, with developing countries being the most affected, as these regions are dependent on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture and forestry. The Constitution further recognizes that the severe effects of climate change are already being experienced in the form of frequent droughts, flooding, and other extreme weather conditions and occurrences in the country. It's a concern that the current climate change monitoring mechanisms in the country are based on the traditional methods, which rely on the ground observations and climate models, which have limitations in terms of accuracy, timeliness, spatial coverage. And the country recently launched its first operational satellite to collect and transmit high-quality data. It notes that the technology can help in accurately monitoring and forecasting climatic and weather patterns, cognizant of the fact that other jurisdictions have made use of this technology to monitor climate change with marked positive impacts, appreciating that the use of technology, especially satellite technology, would allow enhanced monitoring that can have significant impact on the sustainable environment management. It appreciates that this technology would be useful in the monitoring difficult to reach, expansive, and unsafe areas. Thus, the House resolves on using of satellites in the monitoring and forecasting of climatic conditions, with one objective of ensuring timely and accurate data collection in order to enhance countries' capacity to respond weather-related risks and changes such as those of climatic changes. Also, the statute law, Miscellaneous Amendments number 2 Bill of the National Assembly and number 63 of 2023, being brought by the leader of majority, which in its second reading, where members are expected to discuss on the bill, which its objectives and reasons is to make various amendments to various statutes, especially in keeping with the practice of making various amendments which do not merit that of the publication of separate bills into one bill. The bill contains proposed amendments to the following statutes: that of the Oaths and Statutory Declaration Act, Cap 15, which it proposes to amend the Oaths and Statutory Declarations Act to provide that an advocate who has been appointed as the Commissioner of Oaths shall sign the roll kept by the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, and that the Registrar or the Deputy Registrar of the Superior Court or Subordinate Court may administer an oath or affirmation or take an affidavit or statutory declarations under the Act. And the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is this afternoon expected to preside this session and is walked into today's proceedings, this being the third session of the afternoon sitting, being February 28, the session that is expected to begin at 2:30. And I now hand over you to the plenary. Let's listen in.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utasame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za hii jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikisha mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Where are the whips? Do we have quorum yet? One day. Where are your troops? You are a troop. You are not troops. I'm asking for troops. Do we have quorum? Okay, honorable members, now we have quorum. Being a Wednesday, we're expecting 2 cabinet secretaries, the Honorable Aisha Juma and the Honorable Ezekiel Machogu. So we'll transact business as follows. After the preliminaries, we'll put questions at order number 8, 9, and 10. Do the first readings up to order number 15. Then we call in the First Minister, Aisha Juma. Clerk, can we go?
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Where is it? Go on.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 2272 relating to the timeline for consideration of public petitions by the Public Petitions Committee. Honorable Speaker, you may recall that on 8th August 2023, you reported to this House a petition by the Center for Accountability, Reform and Democracy regarding delimitation on election units. You subsequently referred the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration. Honorable Speaker, the petitioner had expressed concerns that Parliament was yet to develop a legal framework for creating and determining sublocations that take into account the obligations of the IEBC to progressive under Article 89(3) of the Constitution. The NADCO report has also echoed the petitioner's concerns and recommended the delimitation of boundaries be promptly done immediately the IEBC is properly constituted. Of note, the petitioner's prayers seeks to strengthen the Parliament's role in the review of the electoral units. Honourable Speaker, I therefore seek your indulgence to cause the chairperson of the Public Petitions Committee to explain why it has not inordinately long for the committee to conclude the petition as required under Standing Order 2272 and a commitment to this House on when the report should be expected. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Majority Leader, Mama Naomi, where is your chairman of public petitions?
Maybe he's on his way coming. But we can take that up.
You've heard what the member has said?
Yes, I've heard.
The petition has
I'll
been
pass the
pending
message.
From August last year.
Yeah.
It is not the only one. There are many others. And I'll direct you to call that committee to order.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I know many members have raised that concern, and it is not the first time that we are talking about that in this House. I will take that up and make sure that we do the necessary, we take the necessary action. Thank you.
I direct that you instruct them to bring a response or a report on the petition by Wednesday next week.
Most obliged.
Yes, Honorable Wandai.
Honorable Speaker, even as you do so, I remember the last time this issue came up here, you directed that you want to meet the committee, members,
I have not seen them.
The leader of majority. So is there a timeline to this issue being resolved? Or it's going to be an endless matter here until this term of parliament comes to an end? Because that committee is not just serving the majority side. That committee is serving the whole House. And we have got as much stake as the majority side in the happenings of that committee. So we need to be clearly advised as to when the impasse, the stalemate the liturgy in that committee is going to be addressed. And not these kind of promises by my dear friend, Honorable Naomi Wako, can't suffice. Can't suffice. It's time that a decision is taken on how this committee is going to be managed. We must bite the bullet. Honorable Speaker, that's my point. Yes, thanks.
Yes, Honorable Milemba of Mhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, to give me this small chance. I think when you have just said that you did not meet the committee chair together with the team, then it shows a red light. And I would just want to say that you really must take it upon yourself now to fix the Petitions Committee. Otherwise, it is stifling the business of the House, and it will make our credibility to go low, because there were so many people who would be invited to various committees across board for their petitions to be listened to. And that gave Parliament its authority, it gave Parliament live, it also gave Parliament a duty to be distributed among so many players who are members of Parliament. But with this confined to the one committee, though we did change our own standing orders, it is not really going to be realistic. So you take it up yourself, Honorable Speaker, and deal with it. Boutros Ghali once said, only fools don't change their mind. We can just change our mind and change this thing so that the Parliament remains strong. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
KJ.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And I could see your dilemma when this matter on the Petitions Committee was brought up last week. And Honorable Speaker, the complaints might be many, but we've got to also understand that it is Parliament in its own wisdom that decided that we shall form the Committee of Petitions. And these are our colleagues, Mr. Speaker. The situation is not about the inability of the members to process. It is actually about the amount of work that is going there. So, Honorable Speaker, my build would be that probably the chair could recommend to the chair of the Petitions Committee to go through the raft of all the pending petitions and see which ones can be taken up by the specific substantive committees. And they would make it as a part of processing the petitions to refer these petitions to the substantive committees. For example, Mr. Speaker, there is a petition that came to you about the robotics bill that is raising a lot of attention out there in the sector, that has been sitting at the Petitions Committee since last year. If, Mr. Speaker, you would advise for the Petitions Committee to refer the matters to substantive committees, we would be reducing the workload, the blame would reduce, and ultimately, we would have been able to do exactly what we needed to do with this Petitions Committee, while the matters that are technical are referred to the specific and substantial committees. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable KJ, the Petitions Committee has no authority to surrender a petition to any other committee. At all, at all, at all. What I will do is I direct Naomi Wako, who is here for the majority leader. You bring the Petitions Committee to my chambers on Monday at 11 o'clock. On Monday at 11 o'clock. That will be followed thereafter by a possible meeting with the majority and minority leaders on Tuesday after House business to see how we can address this issue. Remember, members, that ordinary citizens come to you with petitions as a last resort. They don't come here for fun. They come here because they don't have money to go to court. They don't have money to go to alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. They come here because you are the representatives of the people who act for them for free. And you must do so. You have no choice. And when a petition has come to you, even no is an answer. You must deal with them and advise the public accordingly. Thank you. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, Kangara High School from Bere North Embu. In the public gallery, we have Nairobi Academy from Langata, Nairobi. Ngechu Secondary School from Gilgil, Nakuru. Various schools, best performing students from Hamisi, Vihiga County. I have been requested by the Honorable Wangari to acknowledge a school from her constituency. You can do so for all the other schools on behalf of the House. Give Wangari the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Mboko is trying to remind me something about Vihiga. I think you mentioned them. But I want to take this opportunity to welcome the students here. I want to specifically welcome Ngesho Secondary School. Ngesho Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, is one of the best public schools that we have in Gilgil. And this team, I've already spoken to them. I've told them to observe the members here because tomorrow or a few years to come, some of them will be sitting here. But I take this opportunity to welcome all the other students who are here for this learning experience. It could shape their tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members, and on behalf of the chair and the House, I welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, also allow me to acknowledge the presence of a delegation from the National Assembly of Malawi. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the National Assembly of Malawi seated in the Speaker's row. The delegation comprises of the first Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Madalitso Kazombo, MP, and the second Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Aisha Adams, MP. The delegation is accompanied by 9 officers of the National Assembly of Malawi, led by the Deputy Clerk, Corporate Services, Mr. Chikondi Kachinjika. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country on a study visit to learn the technical aspects of the chamber system, including electronic voting, attendance management, recognition of members by presiding officers, and other features of the system. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome the delegation to Parliament of Kenya and wish them fruitful engagements during their stay in the country. Thank you.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, February 28, 2024, afternoon sitting. Number 1, legal notice number 220 of 2023 relating to the Public Finance Management Wildlife Conservation Trust Fund, Regulations 2023 from the National Treasury. Number 2, legal notice number 39 of 2024 relating to the Refugees General Regulations 2024 from the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. Number 3, third quarterly report of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for the year ended 2023 from the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. 4, biannual report of the Commission on Administrative Justice for the period January to June 2023. 5, annual report of the Judicial Service Commission for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Judicial Service Commission. 6, first quarter county government's budget implementation review report for the year 2023-2024 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. Number 7, 31st biannual report of the Monetary Policy Committee from the National Treasury. Number 8, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein in respect of A, Competition Authority of Kenya, B, East Citizen Revenue Accountability Statement, C, Receiver of Revenue recurrent, the National Treasury. D, Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. E, Treasury Main Clearance Fund. F, State Department for Lands and Physical Planning. G, Government Investment and Public Enterprise Revenue Statement. H, State Department for Development of the Arid and Semi-Arid Lands. I, National Intelligence Services. J, Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme. K, Government Press Fund. L, AFD, Asal Rural Roads Project. And M, National Government Constituencies Development Fund. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Honorable Naomi. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we'll skip order number 7 for a little while. Call out the next order.
Order number 8, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023, second reading, question to be put.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023 be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to make various amendments.
Just hold, sorry, go ahead.
A bill for an act of parliament to make various amendments to statute law and for connected purposes.
Yes, Honorable Sid Bashir, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, nothing out of order, but I wanted to talk something about the statements. And last, before we went for recess,
Honorable Bashir, it's obvious you are not following the proceedings. I said we'll come back to statements after we finish the orders that are being called out.
Okay,
Yes.
much obliged.
Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year 2020-2021. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9. The report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year as amended. Now the question is that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the national government ministries, departments and agencies for the financial year 2020-2021, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 30th November 2023, subject to deletion of paragraph 30 under general observations and recommendations on page 29. Is that page 29 or 20? XX is 20, is it? Of the report and substitution thereof with the following: the statement on audited accounts of revenue for the period ending 30th June 2021. During the 2021 financial year, total revenue recorded under various revenue statements as received by the national government amounted to Kenya shillings 1,317,642,981,513, representing a decrease of Kenya shillings 17 billion 349 million 712,351, or about 1%, when compared to actual collection of Kenya shillings 1 trillion 730 billion 992 million 693,864 realized in the year 2019-2020 as tabulated below. Details on the table: recurrent revenue as shown on the table, shareable revenue as shown on the table, GIPE as shown on the table, development revenue as shown on the table, totals being annual receipts 1 trillion 713 billion 642 million 981,513, actual receipts 1 trillion 730 billion 992 million 693,864. Increase and decrease is a decrease of 17 billion 349 million 712,351,000, representing a decrease of 1%. The source of data is Kenya National Audit Office. That the total revenue of Kenya shillings 1 trillion 713 billion 642 million 981,513 for the year 2020-2021 comprised of Kenya shillings 1 trillion 570 billion 562 million 945,014 shillings as shareable revenue, Kenya shillings 56 billion 238 million 304,456 as receipts from the government, invest and public enterprises, and Kenya shillings 86 billion 841 million 732,043 shillings relating to development revenue. However, the total shareable revenue of Kenya shillings 1 trillion 570 billion 562 million 945,014 shillings reported in the 2020-2021 financial year differs by shillings 7 billion 472 million 473,978, with the revenue receipts of Kenya shillings 1 trillion 578 billion 35 million 418,992 shillings in the 2019-2020 financial year. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Reports of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members, take your seats. Honorable DK, you take the next seat, the nearest seat. Thank you. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, that this House adopts the report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration, and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 23rd August 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. As we go to the first readings under the remaining orders, Majority Leader, organize to have your First Minister, Aisha Jumwa, to get into the chamber in readiness for questions. Go ahead. We'll come back to you, Aundo. Go to order number 11.
Order number 11, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, Senate Bill number 30 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the Equalization Fund and its application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2024, to appropriate that sum for certain public basic services and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to establish standard uniform procedures for licensing by county governments and for connected purposes. Order number 13, the Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide for agricultural and livestock extension services, establish the Agricultural and Extension Service, and for connected purposes. Order number 14, the Persons with Disabilities Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 54 of the Constitution to restructure the National Council for Persons with Disabilities and to provide for its functions and powers, to provide for the institutional framework for protecting, promoting, and monitoring the rights of persons with disabilities, to provide for incentives and reliefs, and for connected purposes. Order number 15, the Public Audit Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Audit Act 2015 and for connected purposes.
We will go back to questions and statements. Honorable Undo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. As all parents and students are aware, the portal for KUSIPS, that's Kenya Universities and College Central Placement Services, was opened some times back. And that portal is the basis on which university students, those wishing to join university and various colleges, used to apply for placement in government institutions, universities, TVES, and TTI. As we are all aware, Honorable Speaker, and has been widely reported all over the newspapers, social media, and all mainstream media, the portal seems to be having very many challenges. The delays are inordinately too long. Many students up to now have not been able to log in and apply for the courses they wish to pursue at the universities and other tertiary colleges. There has been an attempt, Honorable Speaker, to extend the deadline to 4th March 2024, but again, as we stand today, as you read the newspapers today, half of the eligible students have not been able to access the portal. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, I'm raising this matter as a fundamentally serious matter, and I would want to request the Chair of the Education Committee, as well as the one responsible for ICT, to call upon the relevant authorities to do all they can to ensure that the portal works and all the students who wishes to apply are able to access. Honorable Speaker, as I speak today, I've been called from the constituents office. The queues are long, but they're unable to access the portal completely. They're unable to log in, and it's becoming a nightmare. I'm told what many students are resorting to is to apply, is to go to the portal at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., or 2 a.m. in the night to try their luck. And in all those circumstances, Honorable Speaker, they're unable to access. Many students are apprehensive, they'll miss their positions, and they will not be able to get admitted to the universities. Through your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, I request that the two chairmen collaborate and ensure this matter is addressed expeditiously, and if possible, give us a resolution or a response by tomorrow in view of the 4th March being Monday next week when Parliament will not be sitting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Undo. You can respond to that tomorrow afternoon, right? If what he's saying is true, you better expeditiously get a response. Honorable members, at order number 10, please note that the recommendations of the committee, which the Speaker didn't read out, is part of the motion that we have voted on and agreed on. Now we go to questions. Honorable C.S. Aisha Juma, we have 3 questions to your ministry. Are they 3? We call the first questioner Mother Wangari. Honorable members, as we always do, the member who has asked the question will have the first bite, first supplementary, and 2 joyriders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I don't know why the laughter. I think the joy part. I will take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to ask question number 242 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture, and Arts and Heritage. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, elaborate on the changes the government has made to the disbursement model of the Women Enterprise Fund, known as WEF, and further provide details of disbursements and recoveries made in the new financial inclusion platform model, also known as *254#, vis-a-vis the old model. Number 2, clarify if the ministry conducted adequate capacity building and public participation on the new financial inclusion platform with regard to changes made in disbursement and monthly recoveries based on the newly agreed interest rate of the fund. Number 3, clarify whether the introduction of Hustler Fund has affected the Women Enterprise Fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Aisha.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And before I go to the substantive question by Honorable Member, allow me to give a brief background on the Women Enterprise Fund.
How many minutes? You know, this is question time.
Yeah, like 3 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Women Enterprise Fund is a semi-autonomous government agency in the Ministry of Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage, committed to provision of accessible and affordable credit and business development services to support women start and or expand their businesses for wealth and employment creation. The fund was established through a legal notice number 147 of 007 as a Vision 2030 flagship project under social pillar that seeks to make fundamental changes in 4 critical areas, namely opportunities, empowerment, capabilities, and vulnerabilities. The rationale, Mr. Speaker, is to address the exclusion of women from economic participation through provision of subsidized credit for enterprise development as affirmative action intervention that promotes the first and fifth sustainable development goals on poverty eradication, gender equality, and women empowerment. Mr. Speaker, the major challenges under the manual business model: one, manual loan application process resulting to lengthy approval process of 45 days for a loan to be approved, lengthy loan tenure, thus inhibiting the fund from revolving the funds many times. And going straight to the question, Mr. Speaker, the digitization of the fund product is premised on the government call to ensure all government services are available online. The fund undertook capacity building in various counties and engaged stakeholders through media, Huduma Mashinani, chief barazas, county sensitization forums, and robust social media engagements. The fund has also facilitated public engagement in various regions as enlisted below. This is Mombasa, Baringo, Kajiado, Machakos, Nairobi, Kisumu, Kiambu, Siaya, and Bomet. So the fund undertook a 3-month pilot phase 1 in July 2023 to 30th September 2023. During this period, Kenya shillings 941,505 was distributed to 18,955 women groups. Out of the disbursed amount, we have collected Kenya shillings 257,464,445. This translates to repayment of rate of 27%, which accumulatively savings of Kenya shillings 47,095,075. From the pilot phase, the fund has reviewed the lending business rules to allow flexibility in loan limits, repayment period, and onboarding of the borrowers with good repayment history under the old manual system. We project to disburse 4.1 billion in 2022 and 2023-2024 financial year, Mr. Speaker. And the other question? Honorable Member and Mr. Speaker, the second question: since inception of NGAF in no, this is not the one. This is where. What is the question? Okay. So, yeah, she has asked all of them. Mr. Speaker, she has asked all of them, all the questions, the two on WEF. Yeah, so I'm answering there. This is the third one. Where's the second one? Yeah, so I'm doing the last one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member, WEF has a unique preposition since its target 100% women constituted groups. These are the affirmative action groups. Besides having an existing client database ready for onboarding, the fund also offers a competitive interest rate of 6% per annum on a reducing balance compared to Hustler Fund, rate of 8% per annum on a reducing balance. However, the fund is in process of undertaking a survey to determine the effect of Hustler Fund on WEF operations. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wangari, if you are satisfied, you don't have to ask any supplementary. Give Wangari the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will clarify some very few issues. Number one, initially, WEF didn't have an interest. And now the introduction of 6%, what has that done to the loan recovery? Considering, like in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, it was 98% countrywide. What is the recovery rate? Second, the existing customers, some were able to get 750,000, having grown through the model, yet they have to revert back to 50,000. What are you going to do with the existing customers that have grown their credit worthiness? And finally, Mr. Speaker, when will the lending resume? Will it be manual or digital? And can the CS confirm if the digital platform or WEF can be able to offer LPO financing and KEBS certification as it used to do to women before? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The 6%, thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member. Honorable Member, the funds.
You don't address the Honorable Member, you address the Speaker.
Sorry. So, Mr. Speaker, these funds need to sustain itself without depending on the exchequer. Hence the reason of having the 6% for that particular purpose. See, how many questions have you asked?
You are done?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. How many?
What has
I didn't get
answered?
the other question.
Sit. Go ahead. Give the mic to a member for Gilgil.
Sorry, maybe the ones accompanying the CS can take down the questions, because one was the issue of interest. Number two, what has that done to the loan recovery? And I gave an example of Gilgil where it used to be 98%. What is the loan recovery right now? Thirdly, what do you do with the existing customers, some of whom used to get 750,000, but with the new model can only go back to 50,000? And number three, when will the lending resume? Will it be manual or digital? And finally, oh, sorry. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have a rule of going very fast, and I thought the orderlies would help too.
She's asking.
I'm still not in the...
Yes. She's
May I go slowly,
Mr.
Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
I can do it slowly.
Yes, please.
Number one.
Not as to undermine the efficiency of the House.
Number one, the issue of the 6% interest, which is a new thing, a new introduction, when it used to be 0%. What has that done to the loan recovery? And I gave an example of Gilgil constituency where our recovery rate was 98% average. It used to be paid back very well, Mr. Speaker. Number two, what do you do with the existing customers? I can give an example of Diatomite Women Group in Gilgil. They used to get 750,000, having grown through the system, yet now they have to go back to 50,000. Number three, when will the lending resume? Because it's not currently going on. Will it be manual or will it be digital? And finally, can the CS confirm, will this WEF continue to be able to offer LPO financing and KEBS certification as it used to do to women groups, Mr. Speaker, before it was actually put on the digital platform? I hope that works, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the LPO financing, Mr. Speaker, the fund is a group lending fund, and we do not have, or rather we do not have that product at the moment. However, we have reviewed the limit from 50,000 to 750,000 now to accommodate our clients who have actually made this tremendous progress. So we are going to start lending mid-March And that is the new product that we have come up with during the review. So we started with the 50,000, but now we will be lending up to 750,000.
Okay.
I submit.
Okay, next question by member for Kilifi, Gertrude Mbeyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Arise to ask question 031 of 2024 to the Cabinet Secretary for Gender, Culture, the Arts and Heritage. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the reason for significant reduction in the allocation of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, NGAF, in the financial year 2023-2024 budget for its projects across the 47 counties from 1 billion to 870 million. Question 2, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the qualifications of the NGAF Fund Board members and how their selection for appointment to the board reflects the diversity of these 47 counties? 3, Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary outline the role of the Cabinet Secretary in the recruitment process of the county coordinators and clarify the circumstances that led to the appointment of an individual from Kilifi County as the Kwale coordinator? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since inception of NGAF in 2014-2015, the allocation has been Kenya shillings 2.13 billion, which is apportioned to counties based on the regulations 2016. This is to clarify that as per the presidential directive to the National Treasury with a reference number SHGM 3, Volume 1, 41, the NGAF budgetary allocation for financial year 2023-2024 was increased to 3 billion Kenya shillings. This translates to an increase of Kenya shillings 870 million in the fund allocation and not a reduction as per the honorable member question. This is meant to reach more women, youth, and persons with disabilities, most of whom are the lowest of the economic pyramid, to improve their livelihoods for sustainable development. And His Excellency, the President, continue to pledge for more allocation in the future as the economy improves to reach more beneficiaries. On the second question, Mr. Speaker, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund is governed by Public Finance Management Act 2012 and the provisions of Legal Notice number 52, published on 1st April 2016 as the Public Finance Management National Government Affirmative Action Fund Regulation 2016, the NGAF regulations. The fund is a product of our constitution in support of the government commitments to put in place measures to redress past disadvantages amongst a certain segment of our population. It is also anchored on the Vision 2030 development blueprint and a social pillar to address the plight of vulnerable groups through enhanced access to financial facility for socio-economic empowerment among women, youth, persons with disability, needy children, and elderly persons in the community. Mr. Speaker, it also provides an avenue for promotion of enterprise and value addition initiatives. The fund is managed by a board established under Regulation 8, comprising of the following persons, Mr. Speaker. A chairperson appointed by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to gender affairs from among the persons appointed under paragraph E, which I will read. And B, Mr. Speaker, the Principal Secretary in the ministry responsible for matters relating to gender affairs. C, the Principal Secretary to National Treasury. D, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of responsible for Social Security Services. And one person to represent persons living with disabilities, appointed by Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to gender affairs. One person one person to represent youth, and 3 other persons appointed by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating to gender affairs for their knowledge of or expertise in affirmative action, and the Chief Executive Officer, who shall be the Secretary of the Board. Mr. Speaker, the regulation further provides the following as qualification for appointment as a board member in GAF. A, holds a degree in social science from a university recognized in Kenya, has at least 5 years experience in the relevant areas of expertise, and meet the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the following are the qualification and counties for NGAF board members. The chair, Mr. Speaker, is Rachel Musyoki Mbula, who has a master's in human resource management and bachelor's in business administration, and she comes from Siaya County. Number 2 is Elena, who has a master's in economics, bachelor's economics, and also bachelor's in economics, who is an alternate to the PS planning. She's from Kakamega. We have also Robert Osudi, who is also an alternate to PS National Treasury. She has Masters of Arts in Economics, Bachelor's, and also has a Bachelor's in Economics. She also comes from Kakamega. We also have Samson Ogola from Homa Bay. And then we have Joyce Mugure from Nakuru. We have Bendera Wilson from Kilifi, and Sophie Ombachi from Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. And we also have a representative for PWDs who is awaiting gazettement. Question 3, Mr. Speaker. With respect to the secretariats of the county committees and appointment of county coordinators, Regulation 18 of the NGAF regulation provides Regulation 18, Mr. Speaker, The Secretariat of the County Committee says there shall be a Secretariat of the County Committee in each county which shall consist of a county coordinator appointed by the board from relevant county. 2, the officer of Secretariat shall be appointed through an open and competitive process. And from a reading of regulation number 18 of the subject regulation, it is abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, that county coordinators are recruited by the board and not the cabinet secretary, Mr. Speaker. Further, the fund has a CEO of the fund who is appointed by the board under Regulation 17, who has a responsibility for operations of the fund and activities. And under Regulation 22 of NGAF regulation, board shall at least once in 3 months submit a report to Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters relating gender affairs and a copy of report to Parliamentary Committee responsible for matters relating affirmative action and social development. Mr. Speaker, under Regulation 22 of NGAF regulation, there is no legal obligation on the part of NGAF board to report to the Cabinet Secretary for Gender Affairs on recruitment, appointment of the Secretariat of the County Committee. As a Cabinet Secretary, under the law then, Mr. Speaker, there is no, as a Cabinet Secretary under the law, Mr. Speaker, I do not participate in the appointment of county coordinators, as that is the responsibility of the board. My simple role, Mr. Speaker, is to constitute part of the membership of the board by appointing some members thereof, Mr. Speaker. And be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, I reasonably believe that the appointment of coordinators in question, which was done by the board, must have done through an open and competitive process in strict conformity with the Constitution, in accordance with the requirement of, among other laws, the Public Service Commission Act 2017, the Public Service Commission Regulations 2020, the Public Service Values and Principles Act 2015, and the Human Resource Instruments approved by the Public Service Commission, Mr. Speaker.
You're done?
Yes.
Yes, Mbeyu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to tell the members here, the Kenyans, that the cabinet secretary is misleading this parliament. Question one, we were granted 1 billion.
Honorable Mbeyu, you have an opportunity to ask follow-up questions, not to make a speech. So ask questions
I'll ask
in a manner that you feel you have not been satisfied in the answers.
That's why I'm saying, because I'm not satisfied with all the answers. Question one, that's why I'm saying we were allocated 1 billion by Parliament here, and it was passed as 1 billion in the budget. I wish the budget chair was here to make it 3.1 billion. We had previously 2.1 billion for NGAF project money. We were granted by the President of Kenya, Honorable William Ruto, 1 billion. It was brought to the Budget Committee and it passed as 1 billion. Where did the 130 million go to? That was my question. Two, Mr. Speaker, I'm not happy with the answer the CS gave for question 2. And I'll tell this parliament, the members, the board members, NGAF national board members, comprises of 9 members, Mr. Speaker. Two members, as she put it, come from Kakamega, out of 47 counties. 2 members, Mr. Speaker, and this one I'm bitter because she lied. 2 members are from Kilifi. Yes, I want the distribution because
Honorable Gertrude.
I want to tell the truth to this House, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Gertrude. Use parliamentary language. And if you listen to the minister, you know the purpose of your supplementary is to counter the facts with the facts or to ask for clarification. She said that the board has 9 members, 4 are statutory,
Yes.
and then 5 are individuals appointed. And she said 1 is from Siaya.
It's a lie, sir. That's why I want to tell.
Order, Honorable Mbeyu, the word lie is unacceptable to the House. And if you hold and I tell you what the minister said, then you can controvert with other facts. She said 1 is from Siaya. Sit down. 1 is from Siaya. 2 are from Kakamega. 1 is from Homa Bay. Then there was Nakuru, Kilifi, and Nyamira. Those are how many? 7.
Yes.
So if you have counterfacts, then ask her. And your question was, how do this represent the diversity of the 47 counties? So let her now ask what you are not satisfied with.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll apologize for the lie, but the Cabinet Secretary is misleading the House.
That's better.
Rachel Musyoki, being the chair now, comes from Kilifi. She's been the CCM, county government of Kilifi, for the 10 years when the governor was Honorable Kingi. She comes from Mariakani, born and bred in Mariakani. She votes in Kilifi County to date, not from Siaya. And there's another one from Kilifi County, who is a politician, Mr. Speaker. So she misled this House and the Kenyans at large. And that makes 2 board members from Kakamega, 2 board members from Kilifi, and what about the rest of the counties? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last one, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
3rd question. I said about the coordinator she appointed or she agreed to the ones who were appointed from Kilifi to Kwale. Does it mean to her board or the appointee, Kwale residents did not apply for the coordinator position? That's why she recommended a youth who was a candidate for MCA from Kilifi to Kwale. This is my question. Didn't the Kwale residents apply for the coordinator position for this coordinatorship under her watch? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the question of the board members, as you have put the records very straight, Mr. Speaker, 2 from Kakamega are alternates of the PSs, which I have absolutely no control. And Rachel Musyoki as she is alluding, the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, is a Kenyan who is entitled to work anywhere in this country. Yeah, she worked in Kilifi, yes, but she resides in Siaya. Yes, that's the information that I have. And I have no business of misleading the House. However, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya provides as follows: Article 27, equality and freedom from discrimination. Mr. Speaker, every person, according to the Constitution, Article 27, is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law. Equality includes full and equal enjoyment of all rights and fundamental freedom. Mr. Speaker, women and men have the right to equal treatment, including the right to equal opportunities in political, economic, cultural, and social spheres. The state shall not discriminate directly or indirectly against any person on any grounds, including race, sex, marital status, health status, ethnic or social origin, color, or age, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, a person shall not discriminate, direct or indirectly, against person of any of the grounds specified or contemplated in this clause 4, Mr. Speaker. So under Article 232 of the Constitution, on the values and principles of public service,
Yes.
and the...
Yes, Junet, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker,
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sitting next to the honorable member that have raised the question. Madam Speaker, the basics of the question Honorable Mbeyu is asking is about diversity in the board. You see, if you look at Article 10, Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, the minister, there's a requirement of regional representation and other kind of, representation. So now she's asking, if out of 5 people you have nominated to the board, 2 are from Kilifi and 2 are from Kakamega, it means the rest of the country, you nominated only 1 person from the other parts of the country. Is that fair representation? That's the question she's asking. And I think you should have asked the question
But to be fair to the minister, Junet, those are not the facts she has not placed before the House. She said, and I'm listening very carefully, the 2 from Kakamega are alternates to permanent secretaries. She has no control over those. And alternates are not permanent members. They can be seconded at the whim and the will of the peers. So that she has no control. She has said the other person was a CEC in Kilifi, but is a resident of Siaya. Isn't that diversity? She has then said there is another person from Homa Bay. And she has said there's another one from Nakuru. And there's one from Kilifi and Nyamira. In a cluster of 9 people, surely, what diversity are you looking for other than what you are seeing? You have 47 counties, you have 9 slots. What diversity are you looking for? Yes, Deputy Speaker.
Information and order also. When we look at diversity as envisaged in the Constitution, it's not in the myopic way that you're looking at it, Honorable Junet. Yes. Diversity is when we take stock of all the boards across the country
she's on a point of order.
Let me finish. When you look at it, that is why we have the Gender and Equality Commission. They are supposed to take stock of all the membership of all the boards across the country and then weigh on the diversity. But you can't look on a case-by-case basis. It's at a global and totality format, or else you'll never be able to get anything done.
Yes,
Thank
Jeanette.
you, Honorable Speaker.
You are protesting about the use of the word myopic.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Myopic just means narrow-minded.
No, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
This is a house of debate.
Yes.
And there is freedom of expression in this house, Mr. Speaker.
Absolutely.
My opinion cannot be myopic to someone. I am representing here people. I'm not representing here Eldoret people. They were like the Deputy
Honorable
Speaker.
Junet.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker must desist from myopic reasoning in the house, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Junet, the canter and banter of debate, the canter and banter of debate that I know, the word myopic is not unparliamentary. It means that your mind is not sufficiently broad. That is all that she meant. Bayu, we are finished with your question. I'll give you one last chance.
My last question, this is supplementary. Could the Cabinet Secretary tell the House, Kenyans and the Kilifians, why the Kilifi project money, financial year 2023-2024, has not been disbursed up to now, while all the other 46 counties have gotten their money? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I still have a pending question from the honorable member on the monies that the President of the Republic of Kenya promised the women reps of this great nation. Mr. Speaker, there is a way communique from State House, or rather the presidential directives are communicated. And here I have the presidential directive communicated to Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, that His Excellency the President, presidential directive, additional allocation to National Affirmative Action Fund, that His Excellency the President has directed the National Treasury to the following. 1, Kenya shillings 56 million be immediately allocated and released effective Friday, January 2023 to NGAF. And 2, the NGAF budgetary allocation for financial year 2023-2024 be enhanced to Kenya shillings 3 billion. So if the previous allocation was 2.13 billion, what is the difference, Honorable Speaker, to the member?
Nobody's contesting that. Go to the next question.
The last question, Mr. Speaker, that the supplementary question to honorable member. Mr. Speaker, we have said there are rules and regulations. The honorable member knows what she does in asking these funds, and we know we are operating well guided by their regulations.
Honorable Juma, don't go into lofty speeches. She has asked, why have you released money to all NGAF constituencies except Kilifi?
Perhaps
is it a fact or is not a fact?
Honorable Speaker, perhaps whatever I'm trying to explain will guide me and this august house to why the monies have not been disbursed to Kilifi County.
No contestations. Have you released money to every...
Already disbursed?
Hold your horses.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And listen, we have to save time of the House. If you have released money to 46 counties except Kilifi, first say, right. Yes, you have. And if you haven't released to Kilifi, what is the reason? It's as simple as that.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, yes, the money was disbursed to 46 counties. That is one. And for Kilifi, Mr. Speaker, that is why I was trying to explain why.
Now give us the reason.
Yeah, I'm giving the reason why the money has not been disbursed.
Give a hearing to the minister.
Yeah. So the reason as to why the monies for Kilifi, Mr. Speaker, was disbursed a little bit late is because of the violation of the regulations on how to apply this fund, Mr. Speaker. And the reason is we have all the records. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, you will order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, honourable members.
Yes.
Order, Junet.
Yeah.
Order.
Late. Kidogo nimesema late.
Let's hear the minister to give the reasons.
I have said, Mr. Speaker, the money for Kilifi was released or disbursed, but a little bit late because of the reasons that the money was disbursed 9.1 million, Mr. Speaker, and a little bit late. And that is why I want to explain why.
Don't engage the member.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Just go on and explain. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Speaker, what happened, I am being advised here that it was late of submission of the projects for Kilifi County. Mr. Speaker, kindly protect me.
You are fully protected.
Mr. Speaker, the law is very clear on how the submission of the proposal are supposed to be submitted to the board, Mr. Speaker. So the women representative did the role of the county coordinator, and she submitted the project proposal to the board in Kilifi, in Nairobi. Hence, the board.
Order.
Yeah.
The minister said the money has since been disbursed.
Yeah.
So
there is money, 9.1 million, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Zamzam. Take your seat, Minister.
We can provide the...
If you have
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there might be a breakdown of communication between the minister and the CEO of NGAF, because I also have the same problem. My third and fourth quarter was not disbursed. And so I reapplied. They told me to reapply. I reapplied again. And so, Waziri, I want first to congratulate you. You are still young in this ministry. You are giving it your best, but I think the team that you have might not be bringing the right information, because we've been calling CEO, we've been communicating with the coordinators, but again, I think it's my time to talk, okay?
Go ahead.
I'm telling the truth, because even mine, it's not the 46 counties, even mine, the third and fourth quarter of the 2022-2023 financial year have not received. But I resubmitted my application and I'm waiting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see those issues as purely administrative gaps. Go and rectify and make sure money is disbursed in good time to all counties. Yes, Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I hear what you've said, and actually I was going to take that tangent that this is a purely administrative matter because the board that the minister is in charge of is the one that disburses money. and whether it is Kilifi County or Kiambu, when money is being disbursed, it must be disbursed fairly and in a timely manner, because this money does not go to these individual members. Just like CDF, I do not expect that any constituency should have its money delayed on account of where that constituency is. The same for NGAF, the board, because it's not the minister who disburses this money, it is the board. The board must disburse money to all counties in a timely and efficient manner, because this money is going to help our constituents who the member for Kilifi and other women county women representatives elects to come and represent them. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think your guidance is good that the CS must ensure that the board disburses money in a timely, fair, and equitable manner. And no county or no constituency, for that matter, should have its money delayed for whatever reason. But equally, as members who have the responsibility, including our women reps, because our women reps oversight the GAF coordinators in our counties and the GAF committees. I don't know if you have GAF committees like we have CDF committees. As a member of parliament, I must ensure, and let me speak for myself, that I oversight what is being done by the CDF committee in Kikuyu constituency. And I would urge the member for Kilifi and all our other women reps, please offer meaningful and proper oversight over your coordinators and your committees to ensure that they have also complied with all the statutory requirements ahead of disbursement, so that, again, we don't start pointing fingers at each other on who delayed where, and maybe it was a failure by a committee or a coordinator back at the county level. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Question 032 of 2024, I have a letter from Honorable Kamene that Gertrude Mbey will ask the question on her behalf. Are you ready for it?
Oh, yes,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rise to ask question 032 of 2024. Holding brief for Honorable Kamene Joyce, who is on...
You have the authority to ask, you don't have to explain anything.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a breakdown of the funds allocated and dispersed for the provision to debt, including a comprehensive list of schools in each county that have received these pads during the same time frame? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How much time do you want to spend on that?
2 minutes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the mandate to transfer implementation of sanitary towels to public primary schools from the State Department for Basic Education to State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action was communicated via a letter, reference number RES 1212/23/01, dated 12th September 2023. Mr. Speaker, in December 2023, the department received a sum of Kenya shillings 876 million from the National Treasury. Based on the data received from the State Department for Basic Education, a total of 2,293,251 girls in public school across the country will benefit from this program. And Mr. Speaker, the department started the procurement process in December 2023, whereby the tender was advertised on 19th December 2023. Currently, the procurement process is at the final stage, as qualified bidders have signed contracts, and the sanitary towels, once procured, will be distributed to the county level, to the county education office, and implementation framework has been adopted whereby a multi-sectorial structure has been established right from the national to the county level. The acceptance committees will be established at a point of delivery to ensure compliance and adherence to procurement laws. The first batch of sanitary towels are expected to be delivered by early April 2024. Upon delivery, the towels will be officially launched by the Office of the Women Representatives. Honorable Speaker, again, I would, for this particular question on matters 2021-2022, I would request the breakdown for the funds allocated and disbursed for, I request that the breakdown of the funds allocated and disbursed of the provision of sanitary pads from July 2022, 2023, June, Mr. Speaker, be sought from the State Department for Basic Education, which was responsible then for implementation of the program during the stated period. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Right. Bayu, isn't that clear enough?
No, Mr. Speaker, the answer is satisfactory because our Kenyan girls, Mr. Speaker, since 2022 to date, have not received any sanitary towels from the ministry. Girls are suffering, Mr. Speaker. There's money over 800 million being sat, and we don't know what's happening, whether the money is still there or not. But since 2022 to date, 2024, Kenyan girls, vulnerable girls, who cannot afford a piece of a sanitary towels, are still waiting for disbursement. Mr. Speaker, as women reps, we are not happy, and we will not sit and watch the CS look down upon the Kenyan girls, vulnerable girls.
Order,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't bring parochial politics on the floor of the House. Don't bring parochial politics on the floor of the House. The minister said procurement has been done, and the pads are now going to be sent to schools. So how does that amount to looking down upon girls? I will not allow parochial politics on the floor of the House. And Bayu has just made a statement. It was not a question. Yes. Yes, Wandai.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Speaker. This is the first time, I think the second time I'm asking a question here to the Cabinet Secretary. But first and foremost,
in relation to women issues,
let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable CS.
Yes.
I saw yesterday she took a great effort to lead her team of the multi-sectoral working group to the Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, for consultations, which were very, very important and timely. Yeah, Honorable Speaker.
You should also congratulate her for consulting with the speakers of both houses.
Indeed. Earlier on, she had consulted very effectively with the two speakers of both houses. And as a matter of fact, that multi-sectoral working group had also paid a courtesy call on me in my office. And we discussed very, very fruitfully the issues concerning the two-third gender principle. But having said that, let me ask the Cabinet Secretary, my very good friend and former colleague, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa. This story of sanitary towels has been with us now for too long. I remember when I was chairing the Public Accounts Committee in the last Parliament, it was a ping-pong game between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender and something. Now that this matter has squarely been put before the Ministry of Gender, yes, could she give an assurance to the public, to the country, that this matter of supply or procurement and supply of these very vital items would no longer be a matter of debate, that our girls will get these items on time and everywhere without any form of discrimination? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Juma, can you give an assurance to the House that now that everything is domiciled in your ministry, there will be no ping-pong?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have stated earlier that the monies for procurement of this very important commodity to our girls was actually appropriated in the first supplementary estimate 1, Mr. Speaker, to our State Department. So it has never been any delay in our State Department. Since that day to date, we are really on course, and I want to assure these honorable members that there will be any delay. We really value the girls of this republic, and also remember it's also a serious it's one of the commitment by His Excellency the President that we will implement this program of free sanitary towels to all public schools in this Republic of Kenya. It's a commitment for His Excellency the President, and we will implement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You are released. Majority Leader, sorry. Jen Kagiri, you have something to ask? I give you half a minute.
Thank you, Honorable
Speaker.
Speaker.
Running out of time, Chelule.
Mine is a follow-up question in regards to the sanitary towels. Honorable Speaker, as it was envisioned, the sanitary towels were supposed to be produced and distributed by county MPs. But this year, the procurement has been done by the ministry. So, Honorable Speaker, my question to the CS would be, who issued the request for requisition? Because the county MPs were supposed to be the users. My assumption would be it's the Ministry of Education. And if it is the Ministry of Education, can she submit that request for requisition? Because I would want to know what was requested for Laikipia County, and I believe my colleague county MPs would want the same, so that as they are receiving have arrived as were expected. Thank you.
Aisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mheshimiwa Jenny Kagiri asked this question when we were in Naivasha, if I'm not wrong, and the President pronounced himself.
Nothing precludes her from asking in this House again. Yes, just answer what she has asked. And the question is very simple. Women in the counties were supposed to procure, now the ministry is procuring. Why?
Speaker, I think there is a serious miscommunication here. The monies that is in question was with the Ministry of Education, and the President enhanced this budget from 470 to 876. And this, we did not have this money completely, and there was no legal framework to have this money from the Ministry of Education to the State Department for Gender to the Women Rep. So there was no legal backing. So hence the reason the State Department for Gender did the procurement. And it was stated, the President really guided that the women reps should also take a step to actually have a conversation with the Ministry of Finance, the National Treasury, so that they can amend the law, the laws that are supposed to be amended to allow them have these monies.
Order, members. I thought when these issues are exclusively handled by our mothers, they will be very smooth.
Yes.
Now they seem to be generating more arguments than anything else. All I'm hearing, Honorable Aisha Jumwa, are issues of administrative nature. Just meet with these 47 women reps of the counties and iron out minor issues on procurement, who does what, where, and when, so that you can have a flawless administration of these public resources. I'm not seeing anything controversial.
Absolutely.
I'm only seeing issues of administrative and management structures. And I direct that you go and sit with these representatives of counties as women, and you can invite the majority and minority leaders to assist you so that you can have a seamless operation of your ministry. Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Speaker, let me beg you, do not invite the leader of majority or the leader of minority. We can solve our problems by ourselves. This is a very easy matter. And in fact, if I recall the last conversation, and Honorable Lea Sankaire, the chairperson of Kewopa, is here, I think the conversation that was held was that the procurement was far gone for this time. But it was agreed that in the following financial year, then the county women MPs shall be involved in decentralizing the procurement. I think that I remember. Madam CS, I think that was the position. So yes, it was too late by the time it transferred from the Ministry of Education. So I know, Honorable Sankaire, you did inform us that during our meeting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That's a point of information. And Honorable Speaker, protect us from Honorable Junet. It is not his business.
Honorable Junet, I've given him the floor. Honorable Junet, yes?
Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing today in this House is really surprising. Looks like the de facto Minister for Gender is the Deputy Speaker. The way she's answering the questions, the way she's doing things, we need clarification. Who's the minister? Is it the Deputy Speaker or the real Minister, Aisha Juma Katana, the Speaker?
Order, honorable members, order. I have directed, and I want to encourage our women folk, the women reps of counties. Remember that you are not exclusively elected by women. You're also elected by these men. So they have an overwhelming interest in what you do. Those sanitary towels you are giving to their daughters, and they have a duty to know how you give them. Thank you. Next Minister, Aisha Juma, you are released with your team. Majority Leader, bring us our next Minister.
Oh, okay.
Hiyo imefungwa Mama Gertrude.
Oh, okay. Thank
Wewe
you.
unataka kuleta siasa ya Kilifi hapa. Tutaki hiyo hapa. Siasa ya Kilifi muifanyie Kilifi. Bring in the Minister for Education. Majority Leader, where is the next Minister? Yes, that's it. Honorable CS Education, Ezekiel Machogu, a former colleague in the House, welcome with your team. We'll start with question 001 of 2024, Member for Nyali, Honorable Muhammad Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary for Education, one, clarify on the alleged reports of students professing the Muslim faith in Daystar University being forced to attend the chapel contrary to Article 32 of the Constitution? Two, provide insights into the alleged practice of withholding marks by the university from the said students who opt out of attending chapel, hindering their ability to graduate. And lastly, address the concerns regarding the alleged promotion of LGBTQ practices within Daystar University through inclusion of the practice in the university curriculum, which conflicts with the provisions of Section 162 of the Penal Code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency, for the opportunity to once again appear before this August House to clarify and answer a number of questions. The question by the Member of Parliament for Nyari, Mohammed Ali, the answer, Mr. Speaker, says as follows, that last week on Friday, when I received the question from this House, I sought a response from the Daystar University on the issues raised by the Member of Parliament. Per letter dated 26th February 2024, the university provided its response to the issues raised, a copy of which is provided herewith as Annex 5. And Mr. Speaker, sir, on the issue of compelling Muslim students to attend chapel of the university argues that all the students are admitted with the full knowledge that the university is a Christian institution with its own philosophy, ethos, and core values, as indicated in that letter. The university indicates that upon admission, students sign a code of conduct by which they agree to abide by the university's Christian values and a commitment to participate in the university's spiritual disciplines. The university has also indicated that its students are required by policy to attend at least 75% of all scheduled chapel services in any given semester. However, it denies that release of marks is conditional on attending the services. Honorable Speaker, on the alleged promotion of LGBTQ, the university indicates that it is guided by biblical principles and that it does not condone LGBTQ. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a ministry, we have noted with concern the fact that the university's policy requiring students, including those who are not Christian, to attend church service, this is potentially a violation of the Constitution on the freedom of religion and belief under Article 32 of the Constitution of this country, which we will not condone as a means of education and as government. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I have directed the Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research, and also the Commission for University Education to immediately undertake an audit of the Daystar University policies and practices and ensure that corrective action is taken to comply with the rules of the land. Our universities, and indeed all institutions of learning, have to be safe spaces for the protection of everyone's rights and freedoms. A copy of my letter directing as such is given as Annex number 6. Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have also annexed another copy of a directive from the ministry to all the schools in our basic level institutions, because on this same matter, the High Court actually did pronounce itself on the same. And the ruling and the judgment of the court was very, very clear on this matter. And I will request you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I will present the outcome of the audit process and the corrective action taken in 14 days' time, because as far as we have given them the charter, there are areas where they have to comply, because this forms part of the supreme law of the land. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I so submit.
Member for Nyali.
Mr. Speaker, I think the response from Daystar University is kind of contradicting itself. If you look at response number 2.1, Daystar University says that it does not compel students either by policy by policy or practice to attend the chapel. But if you look at number 2, same Daystar University says that students are required by policy to attend at least 75% of all scheduled chapel services. And when they are saying that you are allowed by the policy, when they are saying that by the policy, students are not forced, but at the same time they are repeating the same issue and saying you must attend 75% of the policy. Mr. Speaker, I was there in person. I have students from my area who complained to me, and I went there personally to see the Vice Chancellor of Daystar University. I wanted to seek an audience with him to find out whether it is just an hula baloo or is something that is being done there at the university. And Mr. Speaker, the Vice Chancellor told me that he wanted to sit with me for many hours to explain to me the policies of the school, but the answer that I wanted is whether the students are being forced. Mr. Speaker, you remember we had a similar case in the Court of Appeal matter of Philip Okoth and another versus Board of Management at St. Anne's Primary School in Ahero, whereby the Legio Maria students were being forced to attend to another what should I call it? They are forced to ditch the Legio Maria and to practice other religion. Mr. Speaker, sir, what the Daystar University is doing is wrong. They are forcing, they don't want to answer the question that is required. And I want to ask the Minister for Education, the CS for Education, Machogu, to make sure that they do a follow-up on this case. And the only option that is there for Daystar University is to make sure that the said policies, this country is protected by the Constitution. A Muslim student is at liberty to go to a Christian student, to go to a Christian university. A Christian student is at liberty to go and get his education from a Muslim university. But no student will be forced to go to a chapel or either to go into a mosque to pray. So, Mr. Speaker, this response is, I can call it a fake response because they are trying to hide under the policy that is not there in terms of the Ministry of Education within the country. And Mr. Speaker, even the syllabus, whatever that they are teaching there, when I raise the issue of LGBTQ, they are giving the student the assignment to go and do something on lesbian, to go and do something on gays. Mr. Speaker, this is a university.
What is something?
Mr. Speaker, they are giving homework.
Yes.
The teachings that is happening there, homeworks that they are giving to the students. How does a university give out an assignment of telling the students to go and do something on lesbian and gayism? Mr. Speaker, sir, there are many universities, not only Daystar universities, but there are other universities. There are other schools, high school, primary schools. These people have started to penetrate by giving out books that start to change the mindset of our children so that in future they can have a generation that has been destroyed because of some foreign people who are coming to this country to do the things that they are not supposed to do in this country. Yes. Mr. Speaker, all I'm saying is that we will give the opportunity to the Ministry of Education to find out whether these things are happening. There are Muslim students there. There are Christian students who are also there, subscribing to other. They are AIC, they are Pentecostal, they are Legio Maria, who are forced to appear in that chapel. And if you are denied, Mr. Speaker, and I speak this with authority, they are given a piece of paper to sign when they are entering the chapel. You must stay there for 4 hours to listen, and then when you leave, they are going to take the form from you again and sign to make sure that you have attended. If you are not going to do that, Mr. Speaker, they make sure that in your final marks, they have been deducted, and you will be forced to repeat until you follow what they. This is very shameful for Daystar University to do such a thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Minister, the member has not asked questions. He has made very fundamental statements and allegations that on the face of it are very serious. What I direct you, Minister, to do is, because you can't hazard answers to those kind of statements, I will direct you to send your team to the university, go and find out these allegations. I'll direct the clerk to avail you the Hansard report of what the member has said. You'll be at liberty to also call the member and discuss with him and appear before the Committee of Education in the next 2 weeks. And the member is advised to come before the committee. And once you have discussed and agreed, I further direct that the chairman of the Committee of Education brings a statement as a follow-up to what will have transpired to the House. Go to the next question, 002 of 2024, member for West Mugirango. Stephen Mogaka.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Wakili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and I join you in welcoming His Excellency the CS back to this House. My question is, Mr. Speaker, may the CS explain the circumstances under which led to the transfer of Mr. Bernard Musa Moroti, holder of TSC number 4130001, a principal deployed by the Teacher Service Commission to head St. Philip's Rateti Secondary School in West Mugirango constituency. The second one is for the CS to confirm whether the transfer of that principal in the manner it was done led to protests by the parents and the students of that school against that unnecessary transfer. And the third question, Mr. Speaker, sir, is would the minister elaborate on the measures taken by the ministry to ensure that principals are only transferred after the lapse of a minimum prescribed period, and that they are chosen on merit without bias as to whether they are members of the religion sponsoring that particular school. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. All members know that pursuant to Article 237, 2C of the Constitution of Kenya, the Teacher Service Commission is the body that has the mandate to assign teachers under its employment to serve in any public school or institution. Therefore, upon receipt of the question, I engaged the Teacher Service Commission, who responded as follows, that Mr. Morot Bernard Musa, TSC number 419145, was competitively promoted to the position of principal, job group D3, and deployed to St. Philip's Rateti Secondary School in Nyamira County with effect from 17th August 2023. However, upon being posted to that particular school, the Commission received a complaint letter from the sponsor. The letter is dated 5th January 2024, and the sponsor of this particular school is the Catholic Church, requesting for a different principal for the school. A copy of the letter from the Catholic Church, who is the sponsor of that particular school, is also annexed Annex B, Annex 8. In line with their constitutional requirements of stakeholder engagement, the Commission cooperates with different stakeholders such as boards of management, sponsors of schools, political leaders, community, in order to ensure peaceful coexistence between the school administrators and the school community. Following the consultation, therefore, Moroti was again transferred to Nyanguru Secondary School in Kisii County. The then principal of Nyanguru Secondary was posted to St. Philip's Ratet Secondary School. However, again, Mr. Moroti himself requested for a further transfer as he was not comfortable in serving at Nyanguru Secondary School. The Commission considered his request positively and posted him to Nyairanga Secondary School in Nyamira County, where he is currently serving as the principal of that particular school. The second set of questions, yes, there were protests by parents on the 12th of February 2024 and by students of that school on the 13th February 2024. However, as things stand now, the matter progressively has been addressed by the current principal, the incoming one, together with the other stakeholders, and as of now, teaching and running activities have resumed and everything is back to normal in that particular school. Part 3 of the question, Honorable Speaker, sir, is that, of course, we have indicated the mandate of the Teacher Service Commission as given, and of course, Regulation 62 of the Code of Regulations for Teachers provides that the Commission may transfer an administrator from one institution to another on the basis of several reasons, including and not limited to A, to achieve equitable distribution and optimum utilization of teachers for purposes of career progression of the teacher in terms of promotion and also on personal requests of the teacher. And finally, it can also be on grounds such as insecurity, health status, and other compelling circumstances. Therefore, in this particular case, there was that involvement of the sponsor, and the Commission, as it were, has not fixed the minimum period or the maximum that an administrator can serve in any given school before being transferred, because doing so may also curtail on the teacher's career progression, compromise on security and safety aspects of the teachers, and restrict equitable distribution of the teaching resource. The flexibility is therefore necessary to allow the Commission make decisions as and when new circumstances arise. I also submit, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Honorable Mogaka, are you satisfied? Ask your supplementary.
Not entirely. My supplementary question through you, Mr. Speaker, is why was a letter from a sponsor only the reason for transferring this teacher? Were other stakeholders not relevant to be consulted about this? And the second one is, to what extent is a sponsor controlling activities of an independent commission, such as Teacher Service Commission? Can the minister assure this House that under his watch, Teacher Service Commission will be allowed to be an independent commission, not to bend backwards because a sponsor or a politician or whomsoever has subjected a teacher to being kicked out? And finally, if there is no policy on how long a teacher should stay in a place before transfer, and now, like the case of this teacher, Mr. Speaker, he has been transferred 4 times in 6 months. Is there no need now that we need a policy that protects our teachers from being removed because somebody doesn't like their face or character? I submit.
Yeah, thank you.
Hold, Minister. There is another supplementary, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the minister keenly, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the minister was passing the buck to the Teacher Service Commission. And that commission never appears in Parliament anywhere. You'll never see any commission addressing people on the floor here and answering questions. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, these teachers have families, they have businesses and other issues and other relations where they work. And if a teacher is transferred haphazardly, like for example in this case, 4 times in 6 months, Mr. Speaker, that is inhuman and it's even infringing on his rights. So, Mr. Speaker, the minister is saying it is the prerogative of the Teacher Service Commission to transfer teachers. Yes, it is, but in terms of policy, the ministry also has a role to play. Can the minister assure this House that he will bring to the House a proper policy on how to management of transfer of teachers, Mr. Speaker? Because there are families to also.
A transfer 4 times in 6 months.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that a punishment or a transfer?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For sure, regular and transferring an individual 4 times in 6 months will not only affect that particular individual, but will also affect the institutions and the running outcomes. It's something which is not advisable to do, but I think there must have been certain circumstances. It's not a norm, really. This was an exception rather than a norm. So I cannot accept that it was the normal thing to do. Sponsors of schools, my friend, the Honorable Member of Parliament, through you, Chair, we come from the same area. He knows the stand of Catholic at times. He knows the stand of SEDS and the way in which sometimes they make demands, such that it's a very delicate parenting act. But somehow we have to have that parenting act done for the stability of schools and also taking into consideration the input of each and every actor, the sponsor being included here. It's not that they are the final, that they are authoritatively conclusive in whatever request they make, but I think Teachers Service Commission, as they will consider a request from a member of Parliament, they also do consider requests from sponsors of schools, may it be a Catholic school, may it be a Muslim sponsored school, or may it be SDA or any such a church, Honorable Speaker. A policy, I think members of Parliament are aware that there were recommendations made by the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform, a paper, recommendations which, as a ministry, we have done a sessional paper, because it is only through a sessional paper which will be a vehicle of driving the recommendations to this House, and I entirely depend on the wisdom of this House in order for us to implement whatever is recommended there. And I know some of the discussions we are having herein are a part of the recommendations made in that task force report. Thank you. Thank you.
Next question, 003 of 2024, member for Dagoret South, John Carrier.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. And I'm rising to ask the Cabinet Secretary, could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures that are in place to ensure the safety of our school-going children in the wake of a series of unfortunate incidences of deaths in schools across the country, and in particular, Mr. Speaker, the recent death of a pupil from alleged drowning at Visa Oshol Academy, the death of a pupil of Goodrich International Schools from an accident due to negligence, and Mr. Speaker, sadly also, the death of 3 pupils from Maadili Junior School due to a road accident. And Mr. Speaker, I must mention that the Maadili School incidents happened over the weekend after the Scouts Founders Day celebrations in Nyeri, a caucus in Parliament that you, Mr. Speaker, are the esteemed patron of the World Scout Parliamentary Union. Mr. Speaker, I'd also want the Cabinet Secretary to state what policy is in place for use by schools when recruiting personnel that handle children in the schools. And these are personnel who include bus drivers, the coaches in the different disciplines of sport and even extracurricular activities, among others. And the Cabinet Secretary should also indicate whether there are any on-the-job compulsory trainings on safety, first aid, and other emergency skills, as well as crisis communication management for school personnel. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, some of the families and parents learn of the death of the pupils and learners from social media, Mr. Speaker. So a crisis communication strategy is there one in the ministry. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would want the Cabinet Secretary to state what measures the ministry is taking to ensure that school personnel found culpable of negligence are brought to book. And this should be escalated not only to the personnel culpable, but also to the administration and the board of these institutions. Mr. Speaker, those are my questions to the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. Member for Dagoretti South. Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the question from my friend, the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti South. I was informed by my peers about this question in the morning as I was out in Nyeri for an education day. So my peers had to prepare the answers very quickly, which I looked through as I was coming this house. And Honorable Speaker, again, once more from the outset, to condole with the families, friends, and relatives of the runners for the untimely loss of their loved ones. For this was indeed saddening and unfortunate. The answer for number one, in the case of Fisher Oswald Academy, we have established that a grade 2 runner by the name Irias Abdulkarim drowned and died in a swimming pool in the school on the 20th February 2024. We have also established that there were lapses in the management of the swimming pool because it was unsecured. The runner accessed the pool without the knowledge of the pool attendant. We also established that no teacher had been assigned to be in charge of the swimming pool and that the runners were left on their own, which indeed is a contravention of the ministry's guidelines. We had a concluding investigations because I did send a group of officers, plus the Kenya Police, they are also on it, and once we establish culpability of the head teacher or any such individual at the overall supervisor of the school, of course the head teacher, and the swimming pool attendant or another such person for possible negligence, then we will be able to initiate disciplinary action and harm waiting for the outcome of the investigations, Honorable Speaker, and I know by the end of this week, as I directed, I will be getting the report, and on the basis of the report, I will then be able to initiate the necessary action. In Woodridge Internal School, we have also established that a PP1 runner named Rian Kipuruto Mutai died on the 9th February 2024 after falling from a moving bus, which then ran over him. The duty of care for the runners in the bus fell on the driver and his assistants accompanying the runners. The mother was reported at River Police under OP number as given there, and the police are under instruction to also see whether there was negligence in this, and of course there was, and then they take the necessary action as far as the row of the land is concerned. Regarding the third case, on Maadiri Junior School, 37 runners were traveling from Kamukuni grounds in Nyeri after attending the Founders' Day celebrations on 24th February 2024. They were accompanied by 3 teachers and two drivers. The accident occurred along the Muranga Gitugi in Jumbe Road. 3 runners lost their lives in the unfortunate incident. 5 are in hospital undergoing treatment, while the rest were treated and discharged. The mother was reported to Muranga Police Station, and the investigations as to the cause of the accident are ongoing, and they are yet to give us a report as the ministry concerned Means of Education. Honorable Speaker, the safety of runners in our schools environment is our top priority. The ministry has developed the safety standards manual for schools which outline the safety protocol of all our schools. The manual sets out the role of school administrators, teachers, and parents where generally the runner is in school or is being transported on school transportation. It outlines the measures that require to be taken by various actors and also stipulates their responsibilities on school safety. Our quality assurance and standards team undertakes inspections of schools to ensure that the requirements of the manual are implemented and enforced as required. In respect of excursions that they normally go out, the manual stipulates that for any school excursions or field trips, the parents should give their consent in writing, and an accompanying teacher is mandatory. Swimming pools are to be manned by qualified attendants and also properly secured. No runner is to attend a swimming pool without the attendant and also a teacher. In addition, the manual requires parents and teachers to understand the risks associated with an excursion and related activities prior to granting their consent or allowing the runners to participate. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry carries out monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of this manual in order to ensure the safety of our runners in schools. The manual requires each school to have a school safety subcommittee to oversee the implementation of safety protocols in the school. We have instructed the Quality Assurance and Standards Department to strictly ensure the implementation of the manual and to provide the necessary capacity building to teachers and other staff in schools on the requirements of the manual. The National Education Quality Assurance and Standards Framework also provides 5 assessment dimensions on the basis of which our quality assurance and standards officers inspect school transport. These parameters are as follows: the conditions of the pass, drivers' qualifications, insurance covers, capacity of the pass, the speed governors, and the history of the pass. In addition, the manual, the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport has also issued clear directives on school transport. School funds must be roadworthy and in a good state. Runners must be allocated seats with the functional seat belts at all times. The directive by the Cabinet Secretary is also among the annexures which have included, and we make sure that regular checks of these vehicles are done. On recruitment of support staff, the schools are required to employ duly qualified and registered persons. Drivers, for example, have to meet all the required requirements and be licensed by the National Transport Safety Authority. As indicated above, our quality assurance and standards officers inspect such personnel to ensure that they are duly qualified. And of course, the Board of Management, which engages this personnel, are also frequently inducted on human resource practices and also required to ensure that they undergo routine retraining. Our quality assurance and standards officers also inspect to ensure compliance. Finally, Honourable Speaker, where one is found culpable after investigations, they could be subjected to a disciplinary process in line with the provisions of the Employment Act 2007 and the Teacher Service Commission Act in the case of teachers. Where the culpability also constitutes a crime, they could also be prosecuted by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and upon completion of investigation. I also submit, Honourable Speaker.
KJ.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, just even by its formation, is one of those ministries that we have extreme confidence in, especially in the leadership of Waziri Mashogu and PS Belio, because the expectations are very high because of the experience that they have in public service. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was expecting a more definite answer on the questions that I have asked. One, the case of the accident in Getuge. Has the ministry been able to establish why our school bus would leave Nyeri and instead of taking the more direct route back to Nairobi, would divert in the direction of Murang'a, a road that is also known to be an extremely dangerous road at the time that it took it? Was the ministry able to establish what informed the two drivers of that bus and the teacher responsible to take an alternate route that led to the accident? The reports that we are getting, Mr. Speaker, are that probably that bus was on another mission other than just getting the children to Nairobi directly. Mr. Speaker, the minister mourns with the families that have lost their children. One death is one death too many in school, Mr. Speaker. Schools are expected to be very safe. I'd want to hear, over and above the policies that exist, because these policies have been there, the accidents have been happening, I'd like to know specifically, are there new measures that are being taken to ensure that these accidents do not happen as they are? For example, Mr. Speaker, there are people in hospital. Some of them were injured after the accident because of the emergency response. How much emergency response training and first aid trainings do the caretakers who accompany the children have, Mr. Speaker, over and above the written policy? But secondly, Mr. Speaker, because the deaths have happened and there are students who are in hospital, beyond the mourning with the families, is the ministry making any plans to assist these families who have to lay their children to rest and the families that have their children in hospital? Are there any provisions by the ministry, being that these children are dying and getting injured while under the care of the ministry, who superintends and oversees our schools? So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like clarity on that.
Ado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question to the CS is the CS aware of the cover-up that took place at Visa Oshwell Academy in the hours following the death of 11-year-old Abdikarim Ali, who had gone into the pool and died there because he did not know how to swim. And then the caretaker took the body and locked it in a locker room overnight. This, of course, had a traumatic impact on the parents and relatives and friends who were searching for the body, and the Kenyan public as a whole, for the body to be found only at 11 a.m. the next morning. And I'd like to ask the minister as well, what is being done to ensure that cases like these of gross negligence do not happen in our public schools? Thank you.
Elachi, Minister, record those.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Mine is just to ask the minister, what happened to Edu Afia the education NHIF scheme for children, because even as we talk about all this, right now they don't have any medical cover. So what happens? And are the school buses given insurance that is comprehensive or a third party?
Zamzam. Hold, Minister.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi nataka kumuuliza waziri kwa sababu kuna wakati katika taifa hili tulikuwa na waziri wa elimu alikuwa akitoka ghafla anaingia kwenye mashule anaangalia watoto wanakaa namna gani. Mheshimiwa Spika, watoto wanaangushwa hata kutoka kwenye basi ya skuli, wanapigwa mpaka na madereva wa basi. Walimu wanatesa watoto ndani ya maskuli. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naomba kuuliza waziri, kama kisa cha huyu mtoto Abdul Karim ambaye amefariki juzi kimetokea na kuna wengine ambao mpaka sasa wananyanyasika, ametusomea kanuni na sheria ambazo ameziweka. Je, anafanya bidii gani kuhakikisha anafuatilia kanuni hizi kama zinafuatwa ndani ya maskuli? Kwa sababu mpaka sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, watoto wanazidi hata kuogopa skuli. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ningependa kumuuliza, kuna skuli mpaka sasa mtoto amesoma lakini hajawekwa kwenye nemesis. Unamchukua mtoto kumpeleka skuli nyingine, unapata ule mtoto wako alikuwa hajakuwa registered na hiyo skuli, inachukua pesa, inachukua kila kitu. Kwa hiyo amefanya mbinu gani kuhakikisha kuwa kila skuli imechukua mtoto na kurekodi katika ile nemesis, watoto wote wao wanajulikana katika taifa? Asante sana.
Yes, member for, is it Turkana? Turkana Central. Yes, Joseph.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Swali moja tu.
I also want to join the rest of my colleagues in sending condolences to the families that lost their dear ones. My question is in regard to the issue of the students or pupils in schools that are prone to banditry areas. What is the take of the CS education in ensuring that these students are also staying safe in their schools? Because what we are seeing around is every time there is an attack or there is banditry, these schools are closed, and some of these students are also killed. What is the understanding of the CS, and what is the strategy or policy is putting in place to ensure that these students are also safe and doing their studies or learning in a safe environment? Thank you.
There are a few more MPs who want to ask questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Order, Minister, can you record a few more? Basil?
Thank you. Speaker, I also join my colleagues in condoling the families who lost their loved ones. I want to ask the Minister to explain how often does the ministry conduct safety audit so that we don't become a reactive nation, because we need to ensure safety measures are in place throughout the learning program. Thank you.
Farah Malim. Give one of yes.
Yeah, Speaker, in line with what the Member of Parliament from Turkana has said, we have to think outside the box and begin preparing ourselves for situations that can happen. And I've mentioned this a few times, and I want the Minister to take note of that. In Nigeria, the Boko Haram has a tradition of abducting students who are in secondary schools or in primary schools, and basically keeping them and doing all sorts of things, including conscripting them into the Boko Haram. It does not happen in here. But do we wait until it happens? I want the Minister to take this into consideration. I know he's a very able minister. I have a lot of respect for him, so that we have security in all our boarding schools, in all the terrorist-prone areas, particularly in Northeastern Province, so that what happened in Nigeria doesn't happen to us. We have to think outside the box and prepare for these things well in advance, because the possibility is there. Thank you.
Thank you. Moranga Women Rep. Mama Pareo, is that you? I'll come to you after that. Minister, take a few. They are all very short questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I first wish to appreciate. I want to comment in line with the accident that took place in Murang'a County. And I wish first to appreciate that on that particular day, I had spoken to the minister. I was going to Kiraine High School, where a teacher had passed on in school, and thanks so much, Minister, you really assisted us for that particular incident. And I can tell you the students were completely traumatized. For that particular accident that happened in Murang'a, the driver, the victims, the survivor victims said that the driver was in speed. And at that particular time of the accident, the driver was under pressure from the school to ensure that the pupils arrive in school early because the parents had already the parents were giving pressure for the students to be taken back to school. I think we really need to define the time we need to be allowing our students out of schools and back in school, because it was a simple matter of negligence. We have credible information from the survivors. We visited the scene, and I can tell you it has been very traumatizing, and especially to women like I who have got young children. Thank you.
I see a lot of, Minister, you can pile all of them. Pareo, Mama. Mama Pareo, Naroko North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask the Minister for Education if he's aware that Narok North is seriously hit by the shortage of teachers. And this is because teachers are running away from Narok North to go to where they will benefit from the allowances that are paid to teachers in other constituencies. And we have hardship allowances in our neighboring constituencies, and that's why teachers are running away. And there are schools that have a population of 700 pupils with only 2 teachers. And in the JSS classes, there are classes that have no teacher completely. So I want to ask the Minister of Education if he's aware and what he's doing to make sure that Narok North benefit from the hardship allowances so that teachers of our own cannot be running away from the constituency to go and benefit from the hardship allowances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The last on this round, Mama Nairobi. Did I see your hand? Oh, Edith Nyanze. Yes.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. My question is on a capitation to public schools. We are now about to, the financial year is about to end. What percentage of capitation has been sent to public schools? Because there is a lot of outcry from the teachers saying that they have no funds.
Minister, can you answer those? Those who still want to ask, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You can allow me to answer all of them, but not in any given order the way they have come.
Yeah, just go
to
ahead.
start with Narok North, the member areas which were designated as hardship areas, and when one works in an hardship area, he has some kind of enhanced salary, hardship allowance. It has caused quite a lot of problems because there are neighboring areas which are not so designated. So you find teachers working in those areas would prefer working in the next area which is designated as hardship, and hence causing a problem in these other areas. We have noted several areas, Honorable Speaker, sir, and I think it's an exercise that we have created a team with my peers and also the Minister of Public Service so that we see whether we can be able to rationalize this. We have a clear criteria so that other deserving areas are not denied the opportunity, And you find that even areas which are not as deserving are benefiting from this hardship allowance that a number of teachers and public servants would also like to benefit from. So I think there's a process, there's an exercise going on, because we have noted that there's clearly a problem, as the Member of Parliament has said. Honourable Speaker, on banditry and insecurity in parts of our schools, yes, you are aware, like Baringo, the incident that we had the other day, very unfortunate. You are aware a few years ago of what we had in Turkana, and of course, many other parts of this country, where schools are not spared out of instances of insecurity. We work very, very closely with the Ministry of Interior, which has the mandate of ensuring that security is guaranteed for our runners in schools. And of course, you will find the school, probably the best we are able to do is to employ a watchman, and these guys, when they come armed with firearms and all other weapons, a watchman cannot be able to counter and stop any such attacks. So we are working very closely on this. It's an area of great concern because it affects running, it causes fear, even when it has not occurred. Sometimes you find the children are traumatized to an extent where they cannot be able to do what they are supposed to do in school. We want a peaceful coexistence, an atmosphere that running will be able to take place in our schools. So we are working closely, including giving money. We gave 100 million to Baringo. The military has been trying to reconstruct some of the schools which were destroyed by the bandits. We did the same in Turkana. Some of those schools are now up and running, but still we cannot be able to say that 100% we have been able to sort out that problem of insecurity. But so far so good, because you know the efforts being done by my colleague Kindiki on this area of security and trying to mitigate on insecurity in those areas. And I think we are getting some good progress, even if there are still instances that are happening in these areas. The other area is on medical cover. Members, you know that it is only the other day, I think, that you passed the universal health coverage rules, which will be able to apply universally, including to our school-going children. The Eduafia that we had that was covering all our children at separate different levels, considering what you did, because all these things were put together, unified, integrated, and amalgamated in such a way that the system we are coming up with should be able to serve better. So as of now, sometimes there's that lacuna, there's a vacuum in between here, because when we encounter a problem, and that's why we are hoping that the regulations being worked on will be done quickly, so that in case of any such cases we have, they can be covered. The other one is that education, we have 32,000 primary schools countrywide. We have over 11,000 secondary schools. We have over 500 TVET institutions. We have over 70 universities. As CS education, there is a structure. If you go that you want to cover each and every primary school in this country, or you want to cover each and every secondary school, it is not humanly possible. So what I've done in the Ministry of Education is to create an environment where the officers are able to deliver, they are able to work, and I thank the members of this House because you were able to assist me in that effort. We have now given transport to a number of your constituencies, the sub-counties, and the few that we have not been able to give so AIE, so that they can be able to move around doing the work which is supposed to be done. Equally, those ones which have not been given, we are giving. We are also creating systems in such a way that if it is the regional county directors of education, if it is the county directors of education, if it is the quality assurance officers, each and every one of them to know their mandate, what they are supposed to do, and to be able to do their work. Such that at the ministerial level as CS, when I'm oversighting the entire country and getting reports on a daily basis, I'm sure that for sure my people are working, because it is through these people that the impact of the CS can be fed everywhere in the country. It is through them that whatever policies that the government has in matters of education can for sure be achieved. NEMIS, you know, before the establishment of NEMIS, the kind of problem we had, because we were operating manually. Same problem that we are having in TVET institutions, in our higher education universities, but now with digitalization, we are coming up with a system which we are going to call CHEMIS, covering every level of education, right from basic, primary, junior school, senior school, all the way to TVET institutions and the universities. And I think in another 4 months' time, we should be able to roll out that system where we should be able to capture data of each and every individual, and it is that particular information which will be able to take him through all the way from primary up to university. And of course, NEMIS has been able to help us to a large extent. But you know, we did insist that in order for one to be registered under NEMIS, he had to have a birth certificate. And there are parts of this country, as you are aware, where a number of our young ones have not been able to obtain these particular documents, and hence it also has few problems, because not all the people are registered under that system, because then it denied them the opportunity of accessing capitation. Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, if you can allow me on capitation, because there is a question on capitation, such that when I come to that particular question, I can be able to answer it, because I have it in my written answers, such that I can be able to answer it at that particular time. Honorable Speaker, as I said, we have set out safety measures. Actually, the major concern in the ministry, particularly when we have either any activity bringing schools together, even when school children are now moving out, we have insisted that the county director of education must be informed, and part of his responsibility is to ensure that particularly the vehicle they are traveling out with is compliant, is properly serviced, and it meets the required standards before the children are taken out. We have strict timelines on when they should be able to start and when the journey should be able to end, because we don't allow them to travel at night. We are also working with the police on the incident of Moranga, and I'm sure once we compare our notes, the driver, if he went deviating and doing other things, we are going to get answers. And of course, there is an element of criminality in this thing, where it might not just be disciplinary action, but somebody will have to be taken to court because it's something we cannot allow. The affected families, members, you know that unfortunately, as a ministry, we don't have funds to assist these families when they lose their loved ones. In actual fact, I think those who know, sometimes I also fundraise amongst my officers. Each and every instant, minister, that is not money from the ministry, that is money which I normally fundraise. But we assist them with transportation. We try to raise funds as a ministry to buy coffins, and at least to make it a little bit easier for the families which are affected by this, because we cannot be able to go misusing government money or using money which has not been allocated to us by Parliament, because that particular fault is not anywhere given. Our teachers, particularly our principals and administrators, like now, each and every year, each and every holiday, we bring quite a number and give them training in Kemi, our institution here, and also in Simastea. Why and what is it that we train them about? Some of these things we are talking about is the major training that we are able to impart to our administrators of schools so that they know and are well equipped with information such that they can be able to manage better our institutions. We will continuously continue being alert. We will continuously continue monitoring, and this we do almost each and every other week. If I'm not having virtual meetings, sometimes if they are not physical, because right now we have divided the country into 8. You will see the CS moving around with my regional director, each and every area, because there are items that we cover, and among the items we cover in these meetings with our officers who will then be able to enforce, because they represent us in each and every part of the country, are some of these particular issues we have discussed here, Madam Speaker. With that, I require to submit.
Thank you, CS. I think I will give 2 follow-ups. The Honorable Member for Njoro, Honorable Kathambi Chepkwony.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to start first by telling the CS thank you for sorting the Egerton University matter. I'm expecting the way you paint them 100%, it will be a continuity. Thank you very much on that. CS, I'm just raising the matter on the matters of TVET. It's unfortunate we have so many TVET in this country which are not equipped. How soon are we going to equip these TVET so that our youths can get benefit? And I'm asking that question because in Njoro constituency, as a complete institution which has taken so many years and it has not been implemented. The next question, CS, which I'm raising today, is the matters in relation with some teachers who sometimes become sick in the respective counties where they have sent for their duties. And there have cases where I have very sick teachers who come from my constituency, but probably someone was posted in Nyandarua and the other one is probably in Lodwar. My question is, CS, why don't we bring these teachers in the localities of the constituencies where their families can take care for them while they are just giving the services to communities? And the last one, CS, which has become a big thorny issue, even I'm raising this because I addressed it even the other parliament, it's the matters of registration of the new schools, whereby members of parliament, even when they have a plan to construct new schools, we are getting a lot of challenges. CS, for how long are we going to talk to our officers in the ministries to ensure that the new schools we are proposing for our people are really going to be registered? CS, we are so much frustrated. I've raised this question many times, and I still raise it, and I'm expecting you are going to make a solution for us. Thank you very much, CS. Continue serving the institution, implement the matters of the TVET. Asante.
Thank you, honorable members. Let's try and keep it brief. The Honorable Bishop Kosgei. Give him the mic. He's right at the back on my far left.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek to an answer to this question as to whether the Ministry of Education, Bwana CS, has established a policy on how to construct and build buses that carries our children in school. Because the kind of accidents we see on the road and the impact it has on the passengers, it is horrifying to an extent that we ask ourselves that these buses were built to kill. Standards all over the world indicates that they pay attention to the frame, the major and the main frame architecture of the bus to withstand different types of load and impacts on the road and minimizes the dangers it causes on the people, and especially the vulnerable. The school buses, Bwana Waziri, got two features which are very mandatory, and that is emergency and also the issue of comfort and safety. Therefore, I am wondering whether the ministry and government has established a must policy to all the management of schools that dictates on how these buses are built. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I think I'll allow the Cabinet Secretary to answer those two. And I also realized there were some further questions that are dealing with with questions that are coming up under ordinary questions. There are questions on special needs, there's capitation, there are many questions on counseling in schools, withholding certificates, teacher allowances, delocalization. So if your questions are on those, then let's move on because we've taken too long on this one. Let's allow the Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, thank you.
He might respond to your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The one of transfer of teachers from Honorable Charity Gathambi, I think it is also somewhere. The sick teacher is Nyandarua, supposed to go to Njoro, somewhere in Nakuru. So it will be covered in that particular question.
Yes, Cabinet Secretary, anything that has got to do with the other questions coming up,
thank you.
You can defer the answer.
Honorable members again for Egerton University and our other universities because they were at the verge of collapse. Egerton University was total on its knees, but courtesy of the allocation from here, we are now paying our professors, our lecturers at 100%. And progressively, we are looking to financial stability moving forward of our universities. To come to the question of TVET, which is a concern of almost each and every member of this House, Honorable Madam Speaker, I would like to admit that 70 of our TVET institutions, as yet, we don't have equipment. We did a negotiation with the government of China, and we have been expecting that we will be able to get this equipment from the government of China. And even we are also following up with the government of Italy. We are again having negotiations. So it's something that we are aware of. It's something that we know of the critical importance of providing the equipment because teaching and training cannot be effectively done not unless we have this particular equipment, and even those other TVET institutions which are at the various categories, we are on top of it, and I think progressively moving forward, we should be able to get an answer. I did make an undertaking, members, on registration of schools, and I think my peers is here. We did allow some kind of flexibility because the way the system was before, a lot of bureaucracy, I removed that, and I think following that, we have been able to register a number of schools. Honorable Charity Gathambi, if yours have not been done, kindly, you don't even have to come, a phone to me, and then I will make sure that I have my officers do it. And any other member of parliament, including your areas, if there's such a program, kindly get in touch with myself or my peers or my director, quality assurance, and each and every one of us is informed instructions that we have to have that one done. Members, the other question, you know, we have a problem not only in education, but as a country. The things we are calling passes are not supposed to be passes, because we take the chassis of a lorry, and then probably the CDF, you want to buy a bus, you are buying something which is originally not supposed to be a bus. The danger of that is that in the case of an accident, in the case that particular bus overturns, chances of it killing people, chances of it becoming fatal are very high. A bus is meant to be made in such a way that it is something carrying people, not missile, not luggage. So this particular one, the means of transport, came up with a policy where they were proposing that a bus cannot be a chassis of something which is supposed to carry missile. But you know, the case went to court, and Kenya being the way we are, the matter is still pending in court. They were stopped from implementing that, and I'm aware, yes, that some of the buses, including schools, and even the ones which are being used here outside, are not anywhere near the standards which are supposed to be met as far as buses are concerned. I think it's a conversation that we are supposed to have as a country. I hope someone somewhere will be able to fast track that case pending in High Court, so that the High Court can then open for that particular policy to be implemented. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much, honorable members. There is still another further 9 questions which touch on various matters, so chances are that you will have an opportunity to have a follow-up on one of the 9 questions. Because in fact, many people who have come to me have said, I want to ask about delocalization, and I've said there's a question on delocalization. On the issue of allowances, there is one, so you'll be able to find. So I think I will allow the honorable member for Nyakach, Honorable Aduma Owor, so that you can ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in the interest of your guidance, maybe I could merge question number 022 and number 40, which are meant for me and directed to the CS. If that would be the interest of the House and in the interest of time.
Yes, I think I will allow you that because they are both your questions.
Thank you.
So you can start with number 22.
Madam Speaker, then I'll go straight to...
And then jump to 40, and then the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll go straight to the point and ask the CS to provide the details of the criteria used to disburse infrastructure funds to schools in the country. Madam Speaker, I would also ask the CS to explain to this House why the special funds for disadvantaged learners with special needs, which was previously kept at 2,300 shillings per child, has been reduced to half of that amount and has not been disbursed to the students for over 2 years. Madam Speaker, I would also ask the CS to explain the measures which the ministry has put in place to address the inadequate infrastructure for junior secondary schools.
You may move to number 40.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On number 40, I would ask the CS to explain why some teachers are still delocalized after the policy was abolished in the interest of the family bonds and the values for the teachers. Madam Speaker, I want the ministry to state what measures the ministry is putting in place to end delocalization of teachers, considering and being aware that this House had already pronounced itself on the subject.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, you will proceed with those 2 questions. Then after that, members, we shall have our follow-up questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. And my friend, the Member of Parliament for Nyakach. Members, as you are aware, the infrastructure fund is a limited resource basket that is meant to supplement other infrastructural development resources, mainly the National Government Constituents Development Fund. And for me to commend the members, because in education, you go to each and every part of this country, each and every constituency, the infrastructural development, may they be classrooms, may they be administration blocks, may they be dormitories, laboratories, most of them have been constructed using CDF. So these infrastructure funds are dispersed, being limited as they are, to schools across the country based on an infrastructure need assessment, an equitable distribution, and also depending on the availability of funds and what amount of funds we have. Schools with poor infrastructure that seek to benefit from these funds make a request to the Ministry of Education through the Sub-County Directors of Education. The application details the infrastructure conditions of the school, the enrollment and the estimates of the infrastructure needs. Additional supporting documents such as bill of quantities, assessment reports, and recommendations and photographs may also be provided. The portal management also provide minutes indicating the infrastructure needs. These applications, Honorable Madam Speaker, are then forwarded to the Ministry for consideration. A school could be allocated funds once the Ministry determines that there is justified need and that the school deserves the requested intervention, subject to the availability of funds. In determining the allocation of funds, the Ministry seeks to ensure that the resources are equally distributed, noting the different levels of school infrastructure development and enrollment in the various parts of the country. Other than the foregoing criteria, some schools are also funded under the Emergency Response Fund if they have been befallen by natural or human calamities. Such schools may make an appropriate application for consideration, or they may be identified by the Ministry through its field officers. Projects in schools that are funded under this particular program, we also try to make sure that they are completed. This financial year, Honorable Madam Speaker, I'm sure the members are aware that we did put up a case saying part of the infrastructure funds that were to come to the ministry should be forwarded to the CDF because they have a better structure, a better system to be able to implement some of the things that we should be able to do. And following that, 3.39 billion, which was supposed to come to the ministry, went through means of finance and economic affairs. And I think what we are trying to do so that we start putting up the 6,000 classrooms is to make sure that the money is released to you, because we are kind of working against time, and this we did recommend that it comes as a conditional grant, and the criteria used, I think in allocating what is to be given in each and every constituency, we did sit down based on enrollment and number of schools in each and every constituency. We came up with that and we submitted that through the Committee of Education so that being split and categorized into each and every level, every member now should be able to know he has what out of that particular amount. The other one, Madam Speaker, that we have had to make a special consideration is some of our counties, like the capital city, which is Nairobi. Nairobi is in a very pathetic kind of situation because it's like the private sector is the one doing education. Members of Parliament are aware. The 17 constituencies out of 1,000 schools, over 800 are private schools, and some of them are in very pathetic conditions. Not private schools, because the motivating factor of one to start a private school, the element of profit is there. But these ones are just started, they are charging 1,000. So sometimes the quality of education is not as good. And in order for us to create a capacity, we also found that Nairobi is badly hit, not like any other parts of the country, and therefore there is a special infrastructure grant which has also been given to Nairobi, the 1 billion, which each and every constituency of the 17 will be able to get 58,000, so that 58 million, so that we try to create a capacity in Nairobi, because as I've said, in primary and in secondary, the situation is pathetic, and we want to progressively see how we can be able to remedy the situation in Nairobi before we also move to other cities. We were in Mombasa, those who were there on Monday, the situation is no better. We are also experiencing the same kind of problems. So, Madam Speaker, the second set of questions, so that members then can be able to ask other questions, is on special schools, question number 40. And this question 1, I would like to first inform the members the number of special needs education schools we have in the country, and then we will now specifically come to the question. There are 2,892 day primary schools in the country, with an enrollment of 117,565 runners. The boarding primary special needs education institutions are at 337 in number, with a total enrollment of 43,266 runners. There are 81 secondary special needs education schools, with a total enrollment of 7,064. There are 134 junior school special needs education institutions, with an enrollment of 1,593 runners. We also have 66 pre-vocational special needs education institutions, with a total enrollment of 952 runners. As the member has rightly put it, all our primary school level runners, each of them receives an allocation of 1,420 as capitation, all our public primary schools. And again, those with special needs, each runner then is supposed to be given 2,300 free for primary education, a top-up for specialized running materials and assistive devices. This amount is intended to enable schools to procure specialized running resources, assistive devices, and technologies for runners with special needs and disabilities. Members, we did establish that there is money which was given to a number of these schools, but then unfortunately, a number of them were not buying the devices, the running materials as it was supposed to be. Either the money was diverted or put into other uses, and hence you will go to a number of them, you find the devices are actually not there, and therefore the kind of running that we expect in these schools was kind of missing. We had a kind of problem that we had with the textbooks. You remember years back where schools were given money to procure textbooks, but then they were not doing it. And hence, when the centralized system of procuring textbooks came into being, at least we are almost attaining the 1-to-1 ratio as far as textbooks provision is concerned. So in this one, 2022, we said 2023, if we can have a centralized system where we procure these running materials plus the assistive devices in a centralized manner through KISE, and then we supply all these devices into the schools, it might work out better, and for purposes of accountability, and even because we are procuring in big volumes, then even the cost becomes better. So last year we did that, and I think I have a breakdown of how we were able to distribute those particular specialized materials into all our institutions. So based on this, we adopted that, and in the financial year 2022-2023, out of the total allocation of 334,562,600 as top-up grants, the ministry sent 50% of this, being 167,281,300 to KISE, and send the remainder to schools. In the year 2023-2024, the ministry has sent 135,199,750 to schools, being 50% of the total allocation that was given to us. KISE, we are yet to disperse for, again, the kind of material and devices we had to procure because of exchequer issues, which, of course, we hope that in the very near future, as the financial year progresses, we should be able to get that, and then we have it, the material dispersed. In secondary, Honorable Speaker, the amount is higher than primary. It is at 5,750 per annum. And this financial year, we have 200 million, which has been provided to translating to not 35 now, but 28,313 per annum. The total deficit here, for which we seek your intervention, is Kenya shillings 52,393,688. And Honorable Speaker, I think we have given a figure, and this particular question, I think, goes on with the amount of capitation that we get in primary and in junior school and in secondary, because the figure as it was given, I think progressively it is becoming lower and lower because of the amount of money allocated to us by Parliament, and therefore we are not able to go to the kind of figure that as fixed. I so submit, Honorable Speaker.
I think the honorable member who asked the question has the first shot in the follow-up questions. That's the MP for Alego Songa, the Honorable Atandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the Cabinet Secretary keenly. And Mr. Speaker, during the school opening, I had the opportunity to visit some of my schools, the provincial schools in my constituency, namely Nyakach Girls, Nyabondo High School, and Rai Girls High School. And Nyakach Girls, with a population which is close to 4,000, had a school laboratory which could only accommodate 30 students. So that is what really moved me to raise these questions. And I learned that the distribution of these funds is quite skewed, and there are schools with very, very high enrollment rate of learners, which are disadvantaged. So I hope the Cabinet Secretary will be able to address that, so that these schools which are disadvantaged. I have a school in Githunguri, which is a case in point with over 7,000 students. And that really need to be addressed by the ministry. Mr. Speaker, my constituency is also a hardship area. And I learned that the ministry has also been quite skewed in the issue of delocalization where this house had actually pronounced itself. So I wanted that also to be addressed, because if you delocalize even within the same county and you do not take these schools, these teachers to their sub-counties, then you are not also solving the problem for these families. So I hope the CS, who I know is equal to task, will look into this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, those are statements, sentiments, which you can take into consideration. But the MP for Isiolo, Mumina, you will take a few of them together.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a follow-up question on the matter of school infrastructure funds, I want to appreciate the CS for the good work they are doing in ensuring that these funds is moved fairly across all the schools. But the CS, there are matters that I need to bring to your attention when it comes to how well equipped some of the schools in our counties are. For example, in the case of Isiolo County, you realize that we only have one national school, which is a girls' school. We do not have any school equipped to the standard of national status that serves boys in that county. And most of our schools, as you see, especially where you are very much focused sending or placing students to go to school in areas like, in a school like Sericho Secondary and Bulesa Secondary and Algani Girls, they lack boarding facilities. And yet, you are placing Form 1s to those schools from other parts of the counties, and we are left wondering.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, if I understood the rules very well, this is a question and answer. You have a small opportunity to build up a background for a question, but not make a long statement on all the shopping list you have out there. So you can say in view of such and such and such, and then you ask a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All
I'm trying to ask is how to take care of schools where they are not well equipped, the infrastructure is not to the standard that is expected. For the case of Isiolo, we only have one girls' national school. We don't have a boys' school. Secondly, low-cost boarding. The funding that is supposed to low-cost boarding, to go to low-cost boarding that is serving the ASAL counties very well, has gone down dramatically. We really want to understand why. Why? Because the reason why this concept was established in the first place is in line with the livelihood styles of these pastoralists. Because of the mobility, access, retention, and completion was a problem. So if you drop funding low-cost boarding, where do you expect these children to go? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, last El Nino affected so many schools. There are villages that were submerged. There are schools that were completely destroyed. Some villages opted to move to higher ground. There are no facilities in terms of learning to happen in those villages. I know CDF is supposed to do something around that, but the mandate to ensure that every child is in a school lies with the ministry. As I speak, in my county, a town center called Iresaboru, there is no learning happening at all.
Honorable
because there are no
Mumina,
schools.
Please ask a question.
So my question to that effect, Mr. Speaker, is what do you intend to do with learners who are still at home because schools were washed away?
Fair enough. Yeah, the MP for Bomet, you take a few, Honorable Minister. MP for Bomet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I'm talking about the lady. You are not the MP for Bomet. Bomet is a county. I'm talking about when it's a county, MP for counties are all ladies. Proceed, the MP for Bomet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting ladies. Thanks also for giving me this opportunity to also contribute on the questions pertaining Ministry of Education. I only have 3 questions to put across. One is about the issue of capitation. I would like to ask the minister, there are some schools in my county, even especially in my ward, that they have not received capitation. Secondly, is about the JSS, that is junior secondary schools. In my county also, there are some schools which has not been registered, and the learners are in class, despite meeting all the requirements, they has not been registered. Thirdly is about the delocalization. You realize in our county again, and I know even in many other counties, some of the teachers have been posted in very far away from home. Like today, they are breaking for half term. You see, some of them, they took even 1 week to travel from where they are to home. So we would like to really seek the clarification. Despite looking for those transfers, they have not been considered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. Thank you.
I think 2 more follow-up questions if we have to finish this business. The Honorable Member for Funyula, Oundo, you ask your follow-up question. I might have to just go by this because when you lift your hands, I don't know the names, but I'll use this one just to try and figure out who is who. Proceed.
Chair, now
and let them be questions. No, not long statements.
No, I'm just going to ask a question.
A follow-up question, yes.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. And I just want to follow up with what my colleagues have raised. The issue of capitation. Could the Cabinet Secretary, if possible now, give an update of capitation to both primary and secondary school for the financial year 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
MP for Kilgoris, the Honorable Simkwili Julius.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister what the policy is with regards to enrollment per class, because there are so many schools now that are losing students in Kilgoris constituency, whereas their neighboring schools are overcrowded. One classroom has 80 students, another classroom in a neighboring school has only 20 students. Is there a policy that the ministry is going to say that each school can only admit 40 students per class to enable schools to thrive and teaching to go on well?
Kiborek, followed by the gracious lady, MP for Githunguri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to Waziri CS Machogu, Honorable. My question is on insecurity and banditry. Coming from Baringo, Mr. Speaker, sir, we've lost teachers. We have a burial of a teacher tomorrow, one Thomas Kipet, who was killed by bandits. And my question to CS and the ministry, what plan do you have on compensating teachers who are killed on line of duty? Because they lose their life serving this nation, they lose their lives serving our children, and they are not taken care of, their families are not taken care of by ministry. Second question to Bwana CS is on our schools, which has been affected by banditry. Schools have been closed, and the ministry have not come clear on the plan they have to protect our children and our schools. Together with the Ministry of Defense and Interior, you must not give us lip service in terms of protecting our children. It's not something that we'll take it lying that you give us an explanation that Bwana CS, that you have security or watchmen or NPR protecting the schools, and we have real situation where we lost a teacher last week who was blind. His burial is tomorrow, Thomas Kibet, and he was killed by bandits. We have a case of our children who are killed by bandits in school. What should we do? Should we surrender to fate, or should you give us a direction on what the ministry is planning in collaboration with Ministry of Interior and Defense in protecting our schools and protecting our children? Give us a substantive answer, Bwana Speaker, Bwana CS, and give us a serious, candid confidence that our children will be safe in schools. The president has given us
Honorable Kiborek, ask questions.
I'm asking what plan does he have to protect our schools? Okay. My second question is on compensation of teacher who was killed in line of duty and many other teachers who have been killed in Baringo. I want the CS to come clear, not sugarcoating the answers. Thank you.
MP for Githunguri, followed by the MP for, at the back there, Turkana, is it? Yeah, Turkana, yes. Some Turkana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the CS in charge of education, Bwana Machogu, is concerning schools that have sponsors. I am sure we have interacted over this matter in the past, Bwana CS, and this issue is touching many schools. And I have a school in my constituency that has refused to absorb a teacher from TSC because the church or the sponsor is against that teacher. To what extent should the sponsors dictate which teacher reports to what school? What is the power of the sponsor in determining which teacher is posted in certain school? And can I get an answer as to when will Kagema Primary School get a principal who was rejected by the sponsor after the community requested for a change? Thank you.
Proceed, Mheshimiwa, and then followed by the MP for Chepalungu, and then followed by the gracious lady there. That's the MP for who?
Turkana East.
And Gwen does not have a lady member of parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the CS two questions. One, on the issue of junior secondary education, schools, students. Because in my constituency, a school called Parekati, since the start of junior secondary education, or those students, they have not got any teacher or any benefit from the GSS, like the other schools. Those students are still at home. Up to now, they have no where to go because they don't have teachers, they don't have classes, and they are just there in their former primary school. Are you aware that those students that are there, they don't have teachers? Secondly, 3 schools in my constituency, Morule Mixed Secondary School, Kangtit Boys Secondary School, and Lokui, AIC Lokui Secondary School. All of them, they don't have Form 1s. And this has become as a result of the new way of selection of students from the ministry itself, which it has affected these schools. As we are seated here, those schools, they don't have Form 1s. What is the role or the plans the ministry has for these schools to have Form 1 so that the school can run like the other schools?
Proceed, Madam. I'm trying to use this thing, and I don't know whether you're using your card. I know you've been there for a while, but then I know. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to also speak about, on behalf of the students who have finished and they have done their Kenya secondary certificate. Many of them have done, but they have not been given their certificates. And reason being that they have school fees balances. This question has been raised very many times. Each and every time the CS is here, it has been raised, but he has never answered to tell us the urgent intervention. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to imagine if in every constituency we have 100 students who have finished their learning in that institution, they have done their examination, but they are not allowed to pick their certificate just because of school balances. Don't you think we are taking this country aback? Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to ask the CS, what urgent intervention is he going to do about this? Because we cannot allow our children to stay at home just because of school balances, which, of course, in fact, some of them have been wasted just because of school balances. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I know very well before every examination. There is an examination fee that is paid for examination. So I don't know the relationship between that certificate with school balances. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have the second question. And my second question is I want to ask the minister whether the sponsors of schools have more powers than the TSC, who are actually the managers of all teachers in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The MP for Chibalungu.
Thank you, Speaker. Not to appear like I want to guide you, but Speaker.
Order. You have, it's not a right for you to catch the Speaker's eye. If that's what you're talking about, and I could see you gesticulating, you are going
It's not about that.
It's a very dangerous, what do you call it, area. But then the management of the House has nothing to do with you. If you have a point of order to raise, you raise it. But if you think you have not gotten time, no member has got any more right than any other member.
Well guided, Speaker.
In any case, order. In any case, I know you're worried about why you did not get a chance earlier. You want to see the list? You're way down there. So it's not a right to catch the Speaker's eye. Proceed and ask the question.
Well-guided Speaker, I was to speak about members who rise to answer questions which are in the order paper. My point of concern, it wasn't guiding the Speaker. I just wanted to seek for procedure.
Yes. The chair is the one who chairs this plenary. Ask your question.
Thank you, Speaker. While I want to go back to my constituency, and I'm asking a follow-up question on JSS. Just to make you aware, Bwana CS, Honorable Machogu, that my constituency has 201 registered primary schools, out of which 112 were approved to offer, to domicile the CPC, that is junior secondary school, a balance of which have had pupils, young pupils, traveling for long distances to be able to get this particular service. My question to you is, I would like to know the criteria that a ministry is using to approve one school and to disapprove the other one. And number two, on the same, are you using the same criteria to approve schools that are in rural areas and to approve schools that are in urban centers? Number three, to you, CS, state the measures by the ministry to speed up the approval process for the remaining schools in Chepalungo constituency to junior secondary school centers, considering the increased dropouts amongst children who lack the resources to travel for long distances to attend the approved schools. And another question on the same is on the recruitment of teachers. And I would like the CS to explain why there are disparity in recruitment of teachers, particularly those who are serving as interns and have since graduated between 2016 and 2018. Yet their counterparts who graduated in 2019 have been recruited as replacement teachers on permanent and pensionable terms. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would like the CS to provide timelines in which the teachers under contract will be considered for recruitment under permanent and pensionable terms. Thank you, Speaker.
This is precisely why I would want to guide the House. When you have to ask a follow-up question, you ask a follow-up question that is relevant to the principal question. You're not going to ask any question if you've not been able to, if you, like the stuff you're asking right now, has nothing to do with the question by the MP for Nyakach, Aduma Awor, on the provision of the criteria to disburse infrastructure, the issue of special needs, and the issue to address inadequate infrastructure in junior secondary schools. You mentioned a bit on the junior secondary schools. But, order, honorable members, if you have to strictly, it's a process that we will all allow a bit of a leeway because we are getting our footing on this of cabinet secretaries coming in. But please try and ask a follow-up question relevant to the principal question that was asked. I'll take 2 more questions, actually 3 more questions, and then I'll allow the Honorable Minister to answer that. One is the MP for Loima, and then followed by the MP for Kwanza and the MP for Mgwen. And then he will answer those questions. Then we go to the next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask the Cabinet Secretary 2 questions. One, is the enrollment the only criteria used in distributing infrastructure in schools? Because that's what I've seen, because constituencies like mine got only 2 million, which is equivalent to 2 classrooms, and having more than 75 primary schools and 15 secondary schools. So 2 million will not be enough. Secondly, what is the criteria for a LIMU scholarship? Because in the previous years, we used to get a good number of slots, but this particular year, we only got slots that were equivalent to 2 students per ward, which was very low. Like my constituency only got 8 because I have 8 votes, and other constituencies that are neighboring mine also got an equivalent share. Are we regressing or are we progressing? Because how can you get 100 slots this time and then the next year you get only 8? And the third one is it fair and responsible? Is it fair and responsible to transfer more than 20 teachers in one constituency without replacing? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Very good and very short. Yeah. We proceed. The MP for Kwanza. Ask your follow-up questions.
Yeah, further question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. The welfare, my question is related to the question number 3 that was asked by the member for Dakoreti. For the welfare and security of our children, Bwana CS, and I'm sure this you're going to implement, there is this welfare of the children. There's a counseling and the counseling school, a guidance and the counseling schools, which used to be there our days. Because you'll find that the Swahili people say, Mutoto mleavyo ndio ukwavyo. Our children now, after school, they are not doing what they're supposed to. So I want to find out from you, Bwana CS, whether you are going to now restress this counseling and guiding on the schools, because that is where we have a problem in this country, and if we let it go like that, there's going to be a problem. Secondly, and last one, Mr. Speaker, I also want to find out...
Order. You said a follow-up question that was asked by the MP for Dagoretti?
Pardon me?
MP for Dagoretti?
Yeah, that, because there was the death we had that you actually mentioned, where the children actually go drowning. In fact, in my own case, Mr. Speaker, a child jumped from a moving vehicle because, there's no guidance. So I'm just asking the ministry to come up with a program for counseling and for counseling and, of course, to be able to guide the children on what should be done. My last one is,
Chair. Giving you a bit of a leeway, you're asking a follow-up question for a question that has already been disposed.
No.
Order. The question
counseling
by the
and
order.
For counseling and guiding as
Order, Honorable MP for Kwanza. Order. You are asking, order, sit down. You are asking for order and take your seat. You are asking a follow-up question on a principal question that was asked by the MP for the Greater South. Am I right? Am I right? You mentioned the MP for the Greater. Just ask a question quickly. I think we are flouting all the rules, but proceed and just ask. Considering your age,
the other question I'm asking is that some teachers are in schools when a minister, and the performance of schools are in very, very bad state. how do I go about changing the leadership in those schools?
Fair enough. Nandil. The other MP I had given an opportunity, the MP for Mgwen. And one last one I will allow is the MP for the Goreti, is it North or Elachi Beatrice? Yeah, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the CS concerns there are schools in Nandi County, specifically Mgwen constituency, within Kapsabet municipality. There are close to 9 schools, yet they have not received the enhanced allowances. I'm not sure, is the minister aware of the same? And if he's aware, what action is he going to take so that the rest of the schools within the municipality can receive the enhanced allowance? Okay. Secondly, and the last question is an issue where every time a head teacher or a principal leaves a school, we always have an acting principal. So the principal may act for 2 years or 3 years. When a principal is posted to that school, the acting principal ceases to become the principal. The person, that person feels humiliated once we get in a new principal. So even if the same principal is transferred elsewhere, the same person will remain acting. The next time again a new principal comes in, the same person feels demoted. What action would you take so that these people don't feel demoralized in that acting capacity? This has happened in several schools, and the same person loses respect and somehow feels humiliated. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Elachi, I noticed that you have your own question also, which is coming up. 2 questions. As a matter of fact, you have 2 questions. I suggest you try and fit in as well as you can, because there are too many questions that are supposed to be answered as a follow-up question to this particular one. CS, continue. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, sir. There are a number of questions, including others which are appearing, but I will seek the
questions that you feel not prepared for,
yes,
because it was not there as a principal question. I think you can just skip.
Yeah, thank you.
Members
One
of Parliament will be at liberty
from the member,
to field those questions later.
Member of Parliament from Ishiro, that there is only one national school, girls' school in Ishiro. Yes, and it's on about 2 weeks ago that I was in that particular school with His Excellency the President. Honorable members, you know, we are in a country where the greater percentage of our students are not in national schools or in extra county schools, but in what we call as day schools. 66% of our schools are actually day schools. So our main challenge is that we have to improve the day schools, because that is the way to go. Because as much as each and every one of us would like our children to be in national schools only constitute about 1.something% of the total requirement of what we can be able to accommodate at any given time. The Presidential Working Party report, again, which will be coming this house for debate, adoption or otherwise, one of the recommendations is that members will have to discuss and give us a way forward is on the classification of schools, whether it should be able to continue that way, or whether we require to vary and change that particular system, including what we call as a comprehensive school, is a matter that this House would also have to discuss, because ours, as the implementers, the executive, we will be able to implement once you give us the way forward. Low-cost boarding schools, yes, actually with the nomadic kind of life of a number of our communities in this country, what has really assisted the 100% transition in this country's low-cost boarding school. We know we do funding to these particular schools. It might not be enough. Again, this is one of the other issues that, again, we have requested this House to give us enough funds because it's a very, very critical issue. If we have to improve the quality of running in those areas, again, retaining those particular children and the students in the schools such that they can be able to complete their studies. A school that was washed away, Mheshimiwa, in infrastructure side, we also cover for emergency, either natural or human caused calamities. And I think I was with you. You require to bring it up so that from there we can be able to see with the Member of Parliament how we can be able to assist that particular school. The Member of Parliament for Bomet, schools not being considered for capitation, schools not registered. Mheshimiwa, again, I think if we can be particular and specific, such that it mirrors the peers, we know which particular schools are this, and for sure we should be able to take the necessary remedial action in that. Capitation from Member of Parliament, again, from Funyura. I think there's a question on capitation where I should be able to give all the necessary answers. There is a question from the Member of Parliament from Nakuru County, but Honorable Barama asked the same question on issuance and schools denying giving students their certificates. That question is in the order paper, and I will be able to answer it at the right time. The Member of Parliament for Gregoris, the ideal number in a classroom, we say 45. The ratio, of course, 1 to 45. If it is our universities, we say it is supposed to be 1 to 20. If it is our TVET institutions, we say 1 to 30. But members, you know, you come from these areas. Because of factors beyond our control, the 100% transition, which of course was a very positive thing for this country, it has had enormous impact, but also challenges where sometimes we have 60 per classroom, even sometimes beyond. We went to a school in Roysambu where a classroom was 80. If you go to Olympic school in Kibra, you will also be able to see the kind of problems we have, but progressively as we move forward, I think we will be able to improve this situation. As we improve the infrastructure, we are also employing more teachers, as we have done, because ever since independence, I think 56,750 teachers in a year is actually in itself a record, and we hope that progressively we should be able to tackle this. Baringo, my friend from Mogotio, yes, what happens in case a teacher dies, I think we have workmen compensation scheme something, but I will have to check on this so that I'm able to see and confirm what the law provides. But I know there should be something, but you will be able to allow me to check, because I don't want to give you an answer based on guesswork. I want to give you an answer based on proper facts and grounded in the law. Junior school, no teacher, no Form 1s. It's unfortunate if we have a school that does not have Form 1. Honorable Speaker, I was in Nyeri County today. We had an education day, and actually one of the challenges that was mentioned to me was that there are schools where classrooms were built, but we don't have pupils, we don't have enough students. I can see this particular one. Any case must be able to have certain factors which are contributing to this. So I cannot be able to give an answer why there are no Form 1s, because unless we know the specific schools is when we will be able to know what the factors are made it such that we don't have Form 1s in that particular school. And we have tried as much as possible to provide teachers for junior schools, But kindly, Mheshimiwa, again, we are recruiting another 20,000 in case there is such a school where we have our Kenyan pupils attending that school and we don't have teachers. Kindly, let us consult between myself or my peers, and I'm sure we should be able to find a remedy for that. The criteria we used in establishing junior schools, we did issue guidelines which were given out to each and every sub-county. And of course, there were, among others, the level of enrollment in that particular school, because if you go to a school and get that there are only 5, the enrollment is only 5, and also the distances are not such that one cannot be able to travel from one school to another, then those are some of the considerations we made, such that there are available resources, may they be human, may they be material or technical, are optimally used. And as of now, I think we have about 28,000 junior schools, and I know a number of members of parliament, even after we concluded the exercise, some of them came directly to me, to my peers, others to regional directors, others to county directors, and we were flexible. We were able to consider, and where need be, we increase the number. And even now, if you have such a case, we can be able to consider each and every case on its own merit. Recruitment of interns, you know, the policy of government, not only on recruitment of teachers, but all over, thousands of our young people are coming out of higher institutions of learning and the middle-level colleges. So it really gives them an opportunity to earn some income while they are waiting for permanent and pensionable employment. And the maximum period that they serve in order for them to be absorbed on permanent and pensionable terms is 2 years. And our teachers, when you interact with a number of them, because that is my work and that's what I do, for sure, they will tell you they are very happy with the government system and the policy of giving them internship as they wait to be absorbed on permanent and pensionable terms. Because even those who are employed on board of management, by board of management, when you look at the terms, the ones serving as interns are better as opposed to these other ones. And we know at the fiscal space, members, because you are the one who give us budget, as the fiscal space and the economy of this country improves, then even the period of 2 years will be reduced to probably 1 year as things improve, because our people, we appreciate what they do, and we have to give them what is very best. A RIM scholarship, we normally give out an advert which goes countrywide. This particular year, we took 14,345, and the criteria was that you have to get some kind of minimum score, and the minimum score was 280 marks in KCPE. Apart from that, you have to come from a family background that the income is not beyond a certain level, and we are catering for those families which, of course, are the poor and the very poor. And when we rolled out this particular program in Bomas of Kenya, if you had an opportunity of coming and seeing those, a number of those children coming without the shoes, and even the kind of clothes they were putting on, you would have confirmed that indeed they came from family backgrounds that they will not be able to raise the kind of fees required in our national extra county schools and the county boarding schools. The member of parliament for Kwanza is that yes, what criteria is used for change of leadership, sometimes poor performance in a school. There are many factors which determine the performance of a school. Of course, one component is the teacher, the head teacher, but again, parental involvement, community involvement, all these other factors, such that we can really not apportion blame to only teachers. But again, we have quality assurance officers, and we are trying to activate the role of quality assurance officers, because what is supposed to inform certain decisions to be made, even Teacher Service Commission, to transfer a teacher or get another head teacher to such a school, is a report on quality assurance. What is it that is happening in that particular school? Why is the performance of such a school not the required level or standards? And that is why we have said we have to work as one between the ministry and Teacher Service Commission, because we are serving that one child, and we will be able to make better decisions which will be able to improve our quality of education once we have that one done. The question from the Member of Parliament from Mwen, Nandi, enhanced allowances for those in Kapsabet town, and I think there's an equivalent question, is that Teacher Service Commission, I think I've answered that question somewhere, I think from the Member of Parliament for Kisumu, that Teacher Service Commission say there's information they wanted and they are not been able to get that particular information from those particular two schools. So Kapsabet also kindly give us those two cases, because I told my officers that we don't require until communication goes. I even told them, take a phone, now that we know what Teacher Service Commission is saying, call those particular schools and let us get the information required, so that from there the teachers can be able to benefit from the allowance that is actually their right to benefit. So those in Kapsabet town, my friend, in case there are such cases, kindly bring it to our attention, so that we can be able to convey the same information to Teacher Service Commission, because we work as one team, and I'm sure the necessary action will have to be taken. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think others are on the question, and I will be able to answer them as they come, including guidance and counseling.
That one, there's a substantive question on that. I've just noticed that by the Honorable Pasaris. So you came a bit too fast, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kwanzaa. But anyway, next one is the next question. The Honorable Atandi, he has nominated the Honorable Esther Pasaris to ask that question on his behalf, but you'll also proceed and ask the question that you also asked, which is the next one. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary of Education, question 023 of 2024. Could the Cabinet Secretary, 1, explain why the Ministry has been disbursing an average capitation grant of Kenya shillings 17,000 per learner instead of the marked capitation grant of Kenya shillings 22,244 per learner to public secondary schools? 2, elaborate on how the Ministry expects the schools to operate with the average capitation of Kenya shillings 17,000 per learner, considering the other bills which the school caters for, such as water, electricity, support staff, salaries, and other recurrent bills.
Proceed, ask the next question, which is yours.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question number 024 of 2024 to the Cabinet Secretary of Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary elucidate the measures being undertaken by the Ministry to bolster the guidance and counseling departments in public schools, ensuring its prominence and significance within the school curriculum? Thank you.
Proceed, Minister. Can you answer those questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Member of Parliament for raising that question. As members of Parliament are aware, all of us are aware, the free primary education program was started in this country in 2003, while the free day secondary school program was started in the year 2008. The free junior secondary school program started the other day with the first grade 7 cohort in the year 2023. The capitation rate for free-day secondary education were reviewed by the task force on secondary school fees, as said then by 2014, the Kiremi Mwiria, popular known the Kiremi Mwiria Task Force. The task force was established to review the costs of secondary school education, which had grown astronomically, and the number of Kenyans were not able to afford this because there are schools which had gone to as high as 200,000. So it was necessary for government to come in and provide a guideline on this. It is indeed true that the approved capitation grant for secondary schools is Kenya shillings 22,000. The amount is supplemented by household contributions that parents pay as boarding fees, which in national schools is 53,000, in extra county schools the same, and in county boarding schools 45,000. Out of the 22,000 which is supposed to be paid per annum for secondary schools, we had split down the figure. If you can see on the schedule, the fourth head, and the amount running and teaching materials and exams was supposed to take 4,144. Repairs, maintenance, and improvement was supposed to take 5,000. Local travel and administrative costs, electricity, water, and conservancy was supposed to take 9,400. Activity fees and medical and insurance 1,500, and another 2,000, making a total of 22,244. And for the last 5 years, Honorable Speaker, sir, the capitation is given a certain sort of the approved rate, leading to underfunding of our schools. While the enrollment in the schools continues to grow on account of the government's 100% transition policy, the funding has not increased proportionally. The enrollment has been growing by 5.71% annually, while the average percentage increase in the government funding is 4.08 annually. In the circumstances, the ministry is compelled to divide the available amount with the number of runners, of course, which has been increasing yearly. And this results in capitation that are lower than the approved rate. To illustrate this, there is a table I've given there indicating the amount from 2018 up to 2022, and let me only cover now 2022-2023 financial year, where the amount that we were supposed to receive was 88 million 723,744. The amount approved in the budget by this house was only 64 billion 421 million 865,698, meaning that we had a deficit of 17 billion 666 million 873,584, and therefore, rather than 22 giving the approved figure of 22,240, the amount that we gave per annum was 17,456, because we couldn't give what we did not have, what we had not been given by this House. To address the underfunding, we have continuously engaged the National Treasury as well as Parliament, I think through the Committee of Education, those who are here, through the Committee of Budget, and of course, there are other issues also to be taken into consideration issues of inflation, issues of escalation of food prices, and therefore it is our appeal to this honorable House to enhance the ministry's budget so that the capitation is provided at the approved rate. And I promise that once you give us at the approved rate, at least for some years to come, we will not be able to request that parents chip in, that we have to increase the school fees because parents are equally facing other challenges. The second set of the question is that, of course, if we were to get the approved rate as our assessment is, it will be adequate to support the needs and operations of the schools, especially in schools that have an optimal enrollment, and considering the economies of scale. It is critical, therefore, that this House supports the ministry and schools by providing an adequate budget. In the meantime, with the limited resources available, what, as a ministry, we encourage schools to do is to adopt the following measures to optimally use their capitation as provided by the ministry. And some of the measures that we normally insist that they have to do is budget prioritization, get to the very priorities, because as much as they would want to do much, we don't have adequate. As much as possible, we are also encouraging that. And of course, we insist on efficient resource utilization in order for our members and our students to continue running. I get to the other question before members can raise questions, where guidance and counseling. Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, of course, we know the kind of challenges in our contemporary time, the emerging issues which were never there before in our schools, such as school violence, alcohol, drugs, substance abuse, mental health challenges, teenage pregnancy. All these are issues which are very common in our schools. And in order to mitigate on this, there is need for a strong investment in the guidance and counseling framework. And one of the areas and the steps we have taken as a ministry to bolster the guidance and counseling department in our public schools includes the following. One is on policy development, where we developed and implemented guidelines for the establishment and functioning of counseling department in our schools. The guidelines provide a framework for the provision of guidance and counseling, and emphasize the importance of these services in our schools. Training and professional development of the people who use as counselors in our schools is one other thing that we undertake as a ministry. We collaborate very closely with other stakeholders such as NACADA and other NGOs, faith-based organizations, in order to enhance the reach and the impact of counseling services in our schools. We also try to inform students to discuss amongst themselves on the need of avoiding some of these social vices which can be harmful to them. And finally, and more importantly, we have engaged with the faith-based sponsors of schools to provide chaplain services in schools. The chaplains support guidance and counseling services while also anchoring the runners in religious values. The ministry is also working in anchoring the training of teachers, particularly of religious subjects, if it is Christians, CRE, if it is Muslim, Islam religious education, so that they can offer the services of chaplaincy where the sponsors cannot be able to do the same because unlike those years when we were growing up, when the entire community would find you doing something that was not proper and you are given instant discipline, the society has now become a little bit of individualized. People don't allow that, and that's why we have to develop this in our schools to mitigate on the challenges that we have in our schools. And of course, as we move on progressively, we are also monitoring the situation so that we go improving on the policies and the guidelines as set by the ministry. I submit.
Honorable Esther Passaris, you will take the first bite.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS, thank you for the answers. I would like to ask in terms of the capitation, I have seen that we've never really reached in the table that you've provided to 22,000. We've been declining and stuck on 17,000. Are you aware that right now all the secondary schools, I can speak for my county, but I'm sure it's the same across the country, all schools are being awed by parents in excess of between 10 million and 30 million for unpaid fees by the parents. Even the bursaries that we give is not able to cushion the schools. And if the capitation is not there as well, in spite of the fact that we give a rule that no child should be sent home, a lot of children are being sent home. And at the same time, the schools are literally paralyzed in terms of their operation. Does the CS know the amount of money that is owed to schools over and above the capitation reductions by parents over the years? And is there any plan to cushion the schools in your budget, considering that if we don't, then the schools are going to be completely paralyzed? When it comes to transition, you talk about, on number 27, you talk about the government's target of 100% transition. Is the CS aware that of the numbers of students that have not yet reported to school because of limitations by the families to buy the school uniforms, the books, and also to pay the fees? And what is the plan of the government and the ministry to ensure that we do something towards cushioning the families that have not been able to send their children to school and to attain the 100% transition? On the question on counselors and guidance, CS, I wanted to know whether you're aware that in 2014, this August House passed the Counselors and Psychology Act of 2014. And, you know, while you talk about working with religious leaders and with the rise in mental health, I was just wondering whether you and the Ministry of Health in this issue of guidance and counseling are working to operationalize the Counseling and Psychology Act of 2014, because we cannot leave mental health to religious institutions. Mental health requires professionals who are trained to be counselors and psychologists, and most schools, private schools, actually provide that. And I feel that that failure to provide counseling and guidance to our students in public schools is the reason why we end up with suicides, high dropouts, and poor results. So are you aware about the Counselors and Psychologists Act of 2014? And are you thinking of a multi-sectorial approach with the Ministry of Health on the same? Thank you.
Order. Just relax. Okay, yeah, the Honorable Abraham Kirwa, the Honorable MP for Funyula, The Honorable it says Julius Ruto, Mulyungi, D. Gideon. Okay, in that order, then we'll have a second round.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to ask this question to the CS of Education. My question goes back, Speaker, to the issue of delocalization, specifically affecting my constituency of Mosop. A huge number of teachers, Mr. Speaker, were transferred to Vihiga and several parts of the country. But when the delocalization came to an end, most of those teachers who wanted to come back were requested that you have to have somebody who is supposed to exchange with you so that you can come back. They did application, but most of the application was not approved. And as such, Mr. Speaker, the number of teachers in my constituency is very low because most of those who were there during delocalization left, but those who were supposed to come back, very small number of them came back. So my question...
Honorable Abraham Kirwa.
My question, Mr. Speaker, is what is the ministry doing to make sure that most of my teachers who are from the constituency are approved to come back to the constituency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kirwa and the rest of the members of parliament, the question on delocalization is different. These two questions are strictly on capitation and cancelling. Order. It's strictly on capitation and cancelling. And I think we will go very far if we confine ourselves to that. But for the time being, because this is a pilot project, I mean, we've just had now cabinet secretaries coming in, we're allowing this leeway. But it's time the parliament begins getting adjusted to that kind of a tradition. Yes, proceed. He will still answer your question. But how did I, what was the order of the oh, okay, yeah, okay, Keses, and then Funyula. And then the man in the yellow, what's the,
Thank you so much.
He's asking on your behalf also. Yes. Because you're raising your hand, okay, yes. Proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I will just go straight to ask the question, but first of all, I appreciate the CS for Education for having time to appear in this parliament so that we're able to prosecute issues that touches on our education system. I want to follow up on the issues of registration of students on NEMIS because I've realized over time the challenges we're having now is the low registration of students on NEMIS and what is contributing to low disbursement of the same. And as a result, as we talk now, I don't know whether the CS is aware that day schools have now reviewed their school fees upwards. From where it used to be average of 8 and 10, now it's on 12 up to 15. And the reason behind it is that they cannot foot the cost because whatever they receive now in terms of capitation is way below that they cannot manage operational cost. So I wanted to know what alternative mechanism we are going to do because they are facing a lot of challenge in registration. The other issue is on the aspect of, we touched on counseling, but I also want to look at the issue of management of the institution. We have the BOM, the committees who are managing. There are schools that have had retention of this BOM for more than decades. And whatever they're doing now, indirectly they're meddling about the management of the school and running on of the school. What is the plan that the ministry is doing to ensure we either retrain them or look at the issue of rotational and changing them? Case in hand, Mr. Speaker, we are now working with the NGCDF, and when the committee decides to work on labor-based, the challenges we are facing in how this money is being absorbed by the same committee.
Yeah, but ask the question.
So I'm asking the question, yes, that is what are they going to do?
Okay, fair enough.
I'm just giving an example. And then lastly, though it's on a policy direction, the issue of the same management, there are many schools now they are going without head teachers. Case in Keringet Secondary School in my area and Tuluet Secondary School and many others. And now management of those schools is at stake. There is no proper decision making on the same. Thank you so much.
Yes, the MP for Funyula and then Mulyungi, Honorable Mulyungi, and then we dispose of that question. Go to the next question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd actually raised this matter.
MP for Kwanza, would you want to ask again the council that you wanted to ask? Are you more enriched? The chair will give you an opportunity to ask if you want to ask another question on
he
counseling.
will.
Because you're too passionate about counseling. But proceed, Funyula.
Chair, in view of the shortage, inadequate budgetary allocation, as the CS has put it, and I must admit I've not seen the table he has made reference to, but I do believe it's an indication that the National Assembly, which appropriates funds, has not provided adequate funds to the ministry to meet the set capitation level. Noting the high inflation and the increased costs of foodstuff and other equipment to the schools, noting the hard economic times the parents are going through, what are the intervention measures? And I want to emphasize what my colleague has raised. What are the intervention measures is the ministry thinking of? Because at the moment, schools are heavily indebted. Schools owe suppliers and service providers billions and billions of money. Actually, many of the local traders and small-scale players in the supply chain are literally limping badly because the schools are unable to pay because they have no money. Okay. What intervention measures? What are you intending to ask the parents to increase fees?
You have asked it and leave it at that.
What is it? Thank you.
The MP for yeah. Proceed, Mulyungi. Mwingi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mwingi Central.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, considering the fact that the CS, the ministry, and even His Excellency the President have been occasionally saying that no student should be sent home out of school because of lack of school fees, is the minister aware that continuously, especially in my constituency, students are sent home regularly out of school because of lack of school fees? What measures has the ministry put in place to ensure compliance with those instructions so that students are not sent home? And further, what measures have you taken to make sure that the schools are sustainable? Because principals are forced to send students home because they do not have food to feed them. What measures have you taken? Thank you.
The MP for Kwanza, would you want to take a bite on the counseling that you are passionate about? At the wrong time, this is the right time now?
Yeah.
So proceed.
Well, you told me to shut up. But
no, order.
But I excused you, Mr. Speaker. I know what you meant. Buenos Dias, I want you to tell me about the TVET. I contributed my 10 million shillings for construction of TVET in Kwanza. And the ministry has not said in the 60 million shillings. When are you going to do this? And of course, this is what the members are actually complaining about. Thank you.
Minister, you can proceed and answer those questions, then we'll go to the next question.
Yeah, thank you very much. One is on capitation. Members, as I said, I think this is one area that we admit we have a problem. And as I've said, the answer is nowhere apart from in this house. Indeed, you are the one who appropriate funds. And as I was saying, education is a fundamental constitutional right of this particular young people, as enshrined and clearly spelled out in Article 53, 1B. We can't really run away from it. And I think this particular year, because I have been able to have discussions and saying our figures are based on real numbers. And the real numbers will be able to give the exact figures that we require in terms of capitation. When you go through the budget policy statement, in a junior school, like you will see we have a shortfall of almost over 10 billion. When you see the one for senior school, we have a shortfall of almost 20 billion. That is total 30 billion. And I think the cure, the solution, the answer lies with the members of parliament here. And the Honorable Speaker, I'm hoping that this time around, once you give us those figures, to work out. I've had a meeting with all the principals of national schools. Among the discussions that we normally have with this, where they have numbers because of economies of scale, the truth of the matter is that they are able to manage, and particularly if we are able to give them the required figure, they will manage until some time when again most likely we'll be able to form a team, some kind of task force to do some assessment whether we have to increase school fees or not, because you also know the constituencies where you come from, that we want to make education accessible. We don't want to make it for a preserve of the very few, those of us who are able, because education is supposed to be the greatest social equalizer. So this one again, even the recommendations made in the Presidential Working Party, those of you who have had an opportunity of going through the report, there's even something we are bringing to you. Once you approve, I hope government and the parliament will be able to give funds on an essential package for those schools that don't have optimal numbers. So I think the solutions are in that recommendation and what parliament will be able to direct. The transition, one member said, the 100%, I think, member of parliament for Nairobi, we have figures for each and every county, and the 100% transition, I think initially when we started way back, struggling at 74%, now the total in the country is 98%. And Nairobi, I think if you come, I will be able to give you the figures. But again, we try to make efforts of mopping up with officers from Ngao. Why? Because once one gets some kind of minimal education, then that particular person will be able to manage himself, and he will be able to contribute in one way or the other in the socio-economic development of this country. NEMIS, as I said earlier, I've noted the few programs that we have, and in order to deal with this particular program of NEMIS, members, as I undertook earlier, we have formed a joint team which is comprising of my officers in education, every state department, because we are going to have a unified and integrated system that is going to run from basic to tertiary, that is TVET, all the way up to university. And we have now a team comprising of officers, experts from ICT, experts from CONSA, and I'm hoping that in another period of 4 months, we should be able to have a system that is better, which will be able to give proper data, because we have had programs including our universities where we give capitation based on something that is given to us manually, and you can imagine the danger that we find ourselves in, because you can be given figures which are not right. So we want to get it right, and we are working on this. Board of management, they normally last for 3 years, renewable, and I think members, you play a very key role when at that particular level we don't interfere so much. We have district education boards who are the people who manage this, because also the effectiveness and the visions of these boards will determine the success of a school. If you can allow me, Honorable Chairperson, I can answer the one of the localization by the Member of Parliament from Masop, because I think it was again in the order paper, and I have the answer which I can give the figures and the kind of problems we have, where probably we have not been able to do 100% as required. But as things stand now, of course, you know the reverse of the delocalization policy. That one was approved. There is no question about it. We cannot now have a person being forced to be transferred, particularly from his home area to another area, because that policy has been reversed. A total of 25,625 teachers have so far applied for transfers countrywide. And out of those, 4,448 in secondary and 21,177 in primary, making the 25. A total of 22,345 teachers have been transferred. For secondary, 3,264, and also for primary, 19,081. A total of 3,280 teachers, which is for secondary, 1,184, and 2,096 in primary. Their application they have made are pending. They have not been transferred because of the following reasons. One, Honorable Speaker, sir, is that again, as we transfer, if we transfer in mass, we can also cause total chaos in schools. Because there are schools, unless you have a replacement, then there will be no teaching, there will be no running. So we have to work in a way that we have a replacement for those ones in order for us to effect, in order for Teacher Service Commission to effect the transfer. So they are pending and effective as we move on, not that they have been forgotten, but waiting for such other replacements to be made. For principals also, there are quite a number who have applied for transfers from one account to another, and you find the county where they are applying to, there are a lack of vacancies in those particular positions, if it is head teachers. So you find for now, we cannot be able to give a transfer. So because of those reasons, we are aware, and with the time, we will be able to effect the transfers, because as you can see, out of the 25,000 so far received, a good number have been transferred. I think I stop there for now, Honorable.
Now, next question, the MP for Arama. Honorable Arama.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I have three questions to the Minister, Honorable Chair. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why secondary schools across the country...
Order. You begin by saying, I wish to ask question 25.
I wish to ask question number 025
of
2024.
Okay, proceed.
Could the Cabinet Secretary, number one, explain why secondary schools across the country are withholding Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, certificate of former students, on account of non-clearance of school fees, thereby denying them admission to higher institutions of learning and employment. Number two, stated that disciplinary actions that the ministry will prevail against principals of schools that withhold certificates. Number three, stated whether all schools will release withheld certificates to former students. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Member for Nakuru Town West, Honorable Samuel Arama. Yes, we have a law which has been enacted by this August House by Parliament, which says it is against the law for any institution to withhold KCSE or KCPE certificates due to a student for any reason, including non-clearance of school fees. To be specific, if you go to the Kenya National Examination Council Act, which is an act of this Parliament, Section 10(1)(b), it clearly prohibits in institutions or in person may it be a principal or a teacher from withholding NEC certificates or diplomas from the candidate. The ministry, we have issued guidance to all schools through the county directors of education, of course stating the legal position to the effect that no certificate is supposed to be withheld on account of non-clearance of school fees. And of course, I attached the copy of the circular. I know they are rogue as any other institution, as even crime. Of course, there are states that don't commit, but you find people committing. Even the Bible, the 10 Commandments say, don't do this, but people end in doing that. And, Honorable Speaker, my officers are under very firm instructions that any principal found, and I think even with Teacher Service Commission, we have made this clear, that it is an offense punishable under the laws of this country. And we will not hesitate to take decisive and a very firm action on this. The only thing, a culprit can never be known if information is not brought forward. And we cannot generalize. Kindly members, when we have specific cases, once they come to my notice, my peers and my officers in the field, sometimes even if they are not able to take remedial action, kindly let us know, because this is one area that we are very clear about, and we cannot be able to mess the lives of young people who require these documents in order to seek for employment or to go to the next level of their education. So kindly, in case also we find any such teacher, I've said we will be able to take the necessary action. There are a few ones informed, they give excuses. Oh, their parents never came for the documents. Their students never came for the documents. And immediately they are informed, they give them out. Of course, trying to defend themselves in a manner and mitigate by saying nobody had gone to the school for this particular documents, but once we so find, we make sure that they are released with immediate effect. So kindly, Honorable Barama, in case of any such specific case, bring it to my notice or my peers, and then for sure we will be able to take remedial action. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Arama, you will have a bite at this.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the CS has given a very good answer, but I think on the ground, it's not the same. It's very important that maybe, I've not this Annex 2, I'm not seeing it, what it says, but it's like the Ministry of Education people at the county level, they don't have this circular, because from my constituents, I've been having problems. I think I could maybe wish that I could have this Annex 2, the one you are talking about, because it's not here, so that we can follow. But I really think that it's very important that the head teachers and the principals are told that it's an offense to have these certificates withheld. Thank you so much.
Honorable Brighton, followed by MP for Funyula and the gracious lady.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me this opportunity. I want to ask a question. Mr. Evans Kipkorir is a resident of my constituency. He sat for KCSE exams in 2022, and he scored a mean score of A-. He applied for courses in medicine and surgery and other options like nursing, but he did not get placement in 2022. And currently, when he tries to apply for to select courses, he only gets options for diploma. What happens to such cases, Bwana Waziri? Because this student and many others like him are getting disadvantaged.
Before Funyula.
Speaker, allied to the question of the KSC certificates and allied to what he has said, I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary is aware there has been very many challenges on the COSIP's portal. To an extent that even looking at the reports in the newspapers today, close to half of the eligible candidates have been unable to log in the COSIP's portal and select or apply for the courses at the universities and the other tertiary colleges. I know you have given instructions to extend the deadline to 4th March, but as I tell you today, I practically tried to assist a girl I paid for who is not a blood relative of mine, but up to the time I was coming here since morning, we had been unable to log into the system. Is it sabotage? Is it a system failure? Is it a manpower challenge? Or is it a scheme designed to deny the needy children of Kenya to access, to apply and get admission to public funded universities? Would wish to have your say, remembering that 4th March is only a few days away from today, and over half of the eligible students have not been able to access the portal.
Minister, proceed, and I think we will go to the next question.
Thank you very much. If I start with the last question, and thank you very much for raising it, I want to assure the members of this House and the Kenyans as a whole that I'm very much aware of this problem. Technology sometimes fails us. Like in this particular aspect, technology has been failing us. I've gotten a team, not only in my ministry COOPS, but the ICT PS, Tanu is in it, the e-citizen PS, Professor Pitok is in it, the concert team is in it. Actually, I normally get reports each and every morning. Right now, if you were to get my phone, you will be able to see the kind of report I've gotten. And I have given an extension up to 4th of March. And I'm being given reports on what is going on a daily basis. And I hope the engineers, the experts in technology and in ICT will be able to sort out this particular program for us so that our students can be able to successfully apply and as the system works. So I'm monitoring, and by 4th, of course, I will be able to assess how many applications have gone through and how many, in case there will be any, that might have not gone through and why, and then I will be able to make another informed decision depending on the way things will be and the information that I will be able to get. My friend, the A- case, Brighton, I was not able to know what the problem is. It's a case that you require to kindly come so that we can be able to look at it, because this is a very bright child. We would not like the child to miss an opportunity, so create time. Some of these cases, once you come, I call the officers who are concerned with this. I'm sure we should be able to get a solution. My brother Mheshimiwa Arama, equally, I know what our people can do sometimes. Don't hesitate to come again so that we are able to deal with those individual cases in a manner that we will be able to assist those who might be suffering quietly, because that is the reason why we are here to serve. Thank you.
Next question, question 26 of 2024, the Honorable Joshua Oron, MP for Kisumu Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask question 026 of 2024 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the teachers from Kudo Secondary School, Kudo Primary School and Obinju Kanyakwar Primary School are yet to receive their enhanced house allowances, yet their counterparts in other constituencies such as Kisumu West and Kisumu East are getting their said allowances, constituencies which are further away from the city. My second question is, could you provide timelines within which the affected teachers will receive their enhanced house allowances? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. When I received this question, I called the Teacher Service Commission and wrote a letter for them to provide me with the answers. And what they provided was that the two institutions were advised to submit the requisite documents to facilitate the reporting on the system. And they said they have not been able to receive it up to now from 2022, I don't know why. And that once they so receive, then the payment should be done immediately. And I have provided the two letters as Annex 3, and some of these are very simple and straightforward issues. I did tell my PS to call the county director, giving the names of these particular schools. We should be able to get information immediately because we don't want to dwell on bureaucratic red tape procedures on issues that are fairly straightforward. So, Ms. Mewa, if you find a chance in 1 or 2 weeks, I think you will get I should have sorted out this issue because really it's just a phone call away and it doesn't cost me or my peers anything to get that information, and I've been able to instruct that my officers give the information so that we don't go on and forth that we are looking for a document and the document was not going to be obtained anywhere. It is in Kisumu. It is a straightforward matter, so probably in 2 weeks you should get in touch with me, and I think I should be able to have a positive answer, Honorable Speaker, on this.
The Honorable Oron, are you happy with that?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, CS, for the answer. But the reason why the schools had to come to me for an intervention is because this issue has been pending for many years. The document that you referred to in your response and your letter was actually delivered to TSC in September 2022, and I'll be very grateful if this issue is brought to a close, and I'll be back to you in 2 weeks if we don't get any answer. Thank you.
Fair enough. The Minister has given that undertaking. Next question is 2 questions by the Honorable Beatrice Elachi. Proceed and ask your questions in succession, one after the other.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask question 041 of 2024 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status on implementation of the competency-based curricula and measures in place to ensure its success? And 2, question 042 of 2024, could the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether each public school in the country has valid ownership documents to the land it occupies, and if not, why so? And then state the measures put in place to curb encroachment by individuals or groups to school properties.
Minister, proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Question number 1. As members know, we are on CPC, a system which started way back in 2017. And the first cohort of runners transited to junior school in February 2023 with a total of 1,146,070 runners who are in junior school against an enrollment of 1.2 million in grade 6. This translates to 95% transition rate. The group now has transited to grade 8, and of course, this year we have 97% transition with 1,207,355 having reported out of the 1,245,066. And the first cohort of CPC will join senior school in January 2026. And of course, when that time comes, you know, we are in the process of going into 3 pathways. Honorable Speaker, we have, as part of the implementation, in order to operationalize it, we developed and came up with a capitation figure of 15,042 per annum per year for junior school. And we have given a breakdown on what that particular money is supposed to cover. And this year, a total of 4.74 billion has been dispersed to schools for free primary education for term 1, and also 7.6 billion has been dispersed as capitation for junior schools. The ministry also spent a total of 3,164,365,856 in the last financial year on COSI books, because this is part of what we are doing in order to make sure that this particular CPC system works by providing books across the country which have been disputed. And the runner to textbook ratio is as of now 1:1. On teachers also, as a necessary requirement in order for teaching and learning to go on, we have done training and retooling of teachers on the new pedagogical skills to enable teachers to effectively disseminate knowledge to learners. To date, a total of 281,980 teachers, comprising of 292 primary school teachers and 52,680 junior school teachers have been retooled. Employment of additional teachers in order to effectively teach at this particular level, we have employed 56,000 teachers, and progressively this particular financial year, we expect to recruit another additional 20,000 teachers. The teachers, of course, are being continuously retooled in various learning areas in both primary and the junior school to enable smooth implementation of the both primary and the junior school curriculum delivery. Part of the other measures to make this particular program work is the internship program, which, as I did indicate earlier, we are having it so that we can be able to have adequate teachers in our schools. One of the other aspects that we have had to deal with, Honorable Speaker, is on the running areas for primary and the junior school, where parents complained and the Kenyans that the curriculum was too many and it had overloads and the overlaps, and therefore Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development has been able to reduce that following the recommendations done by the Presidential Working Party, and we have rationalized the running areas to a maximum 5 for pre-primary and also from 9 and for lower primary we have reduced from 9 to 7 and from 12 to 8 for upper primary, from 14 to not more than 9 for junior school, and from 9 to not more than 7 for senior school. As noted, the government has taken proactive steps to ensure that junior school have the required infrastructure by 2025, when we shall have the inaugural grade 9 class in junior school. And that's why I said this financial year we have given the 3.9 billion, which will construct 6,000 classrooms, and the 9 billion, which we had to give from World Bank, another 9,000 classrooms. And therefore, when we come to next year, it will be able to give us the 15,000 and the 21 classrooms required for level 9. So in terms of teacher preparation, in terms of curriculum, working on the running areas, in terms of retooling our teachers, in terms of textbooks, in terms of looking at the 7 competence and skill areas, I think we are properly prepared and operational at every step, and of course, few other challenges as they come, we try to mitigate on the same. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I can answer the other question before questions come on title, the public schools and the ownership documents. In this one, Honourable Speaker, as we are aware, the government came up with a directive in 2015 that all public schools should be titled. Consequently, a multi-sectoral technical working group consisting of the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Lands, the National Land Commission, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, together with civil society and other stakeholders under the umbrella of Sure Yango Alliance, was earmarked to spearhead the process of titling public schools. And as of now, the schools which the auditing which has been done for titling is for 20,273 schools. The schools where audit is still pending is 12,081. Schools that have so far been issued with title deeds are 11,974. Schools that have disputes where a little bit of encroachment might be done is around 1,423. And we have also established that the ones which are facing the risk of encroachment and undergrabbing are 4,100 schools, and we have the specific names. We have created awareness and sensitization amongst the community members and the local leadership so that they make sure this is not interfered with. And of course, school heads, as much as we have financial challenges, we also try to instruct that where possible, school runs should be fenced off, and clear beacons also installed so that we keep off the grabbers. And of course, getting the assistance of the local administration and the local leadership in trying to stop any such encroachment. So it is an ongoing process, and I think even if we sometimes face a few challenges, particularly on the funding in order to accomplish the exercise, is something that we are determined and focused to make sure that we have it done. Thank you, Honourable Speakers.
The Honourable Beatrice Elachi, you will have the first bite on both questions. Proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to appreciate Waziri for the answers he has given, but just to notify him that why I asked the question of the CBC was because before he came in, the ministry had built classrooms in different schools. These classrooms most of them were done in a manner that when you go in today, we are unable to use the classrooms. And I'll give you an example. One of the schools is Lavington Girls. The classrooms were done. We were never given stairs, yet it was done upstairs. When you look at now the level of the class and the others that we are doing, we are forced to remove the roof of these classrooms that were done by the ministries to fit in now properly in the other. And not just this, there's a school also, Dagoretti Mixed. They did classrooms. Those classrooms also were done upstairs, and they were left hanging. So it's a classroom nobody uses, it's just hanging on the top. We are wondering, do we bring it down, or what do we do? So we are facing those challenges, and I would wish the ministry to really assist us before we bring them down, because we have to do a report to show reasons, or the engineer or the public works person will have to do that report to ensure that when we do it, we are not questioned. But indeed, it is very unfortunate that we have to do that, so that we are able now to levelize and make it a classroom that students can use. The other thing is Nairobi. I remember we did a supplementary budget, you and especially we thank the president and also you for standing in when we were at Resambu. And we went through a process where we were allocated 1 billion shillings. We did the appropriation in the supplementary budget. We made sure that each constituency had a certificate to how to receive the monies, and even calculated that each constituency in Nairobi, the 17, will get the 58 million. I would wish to, I know you were to have a meeting with us, but there was a lack of communication. So I'll just wish for us to understand what are we supposed to do, because I have State House girls right now. They are learning in tents. We need to do an emergency there. And I also have St. George's, where we have 6 or 7 Form 1s. We are supposed, on that one I have agreed to do for them a quick multi-purpose hall to assist. But then I would wish you also assist in a letter I wrote some way back, and I handed it over to you and the PS. It was to support Lavington Girls, to try and see how we can do for them a dining, since they are still using the primary side, and we would wish to change so that they go back to their side, and so that the junior secondary can take the buildings that were meant for the primary. Thank
you. Minister?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker. The classrooms done during that time, of course, a number of them are in use, but you know, some of these policies which are done without public participation, that is the danger, because I think the initiative was already done, and later on, when His Excellency the President in his wisdom appointed the presidential working team which went around the country getting views and opinions from the people were able to have a way forward. They gave us an answer. And because of that, we had to domicile level 7 in the existing primary schools. Of course, where we find they are not of proper use, or where they were not properly viewed, I think that is a conversation, Honorable Member, we can have, and then we agree on the way forward. The 58 million, I think, as of now, you should be able to do the identification of the specific projects that you will be able to do within your constituency. I'm sure you have been able to get your priorities, and ours, what we are trying to push is for exchequer to be issued, so that now you can be able to commence with implementation of the projects that you would have been able to identify. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I did not answer the question from the Member of Parliament from Kwanza. The 52 million for Kwanza is available, and I think we in consultation with him, we will be able to get a mentor so that we are able to forward those particular funds to him and the mentor for implementation of that particular project of Kwanza TTI. Thank you, and I so submit.
Yeah, Honorable Mrs. Elachi to ask again.
Not to really ask, but to thank Waziri,
Yes.
but to just, he doesn't need to answer now because it's a question parents of Kaba girls had asked me that students of 2021 did their examination and they have never received what happened to their results. I know you don't need to answer, but I can come for an answer to understand what happened to these girls.
Yeah, please, Honorable Speaker, if the member can come, these are some of the things. When you come 5-10 minutes in my office, I will be able to get the officer concerned if it is NEC, and then, of course, we will be able to get answers what might have happened, because somehow I cannot be able to give a guesswork answer. So kindly the member to come, and then me and the PS will be able to establish why and what the status is.
Honorable Elachi, you have that undertaking by the minister. Take advantage of that and see that you avoid any bureaucracy and get to the bottom of this thing. Minister, thank you very much, you and your team. And I think we have come to the end of the business today, the question and answer time for your ministry. The House is happy, you can see it. So wish you all the best. You are excused.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Order number 16, the Employment Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2022, second reading, resumption of debate.
Yes, the chair of the...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think I had gone before and spoken to this bill. And the Honorable Speaker, the bill was read the first time on 17th of August 2023, pursuant to Standing Order 127-1. The bill was committed to the Departmental Committee on Labor for consideration and facilitation of public participation. Honorable Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to provide for the right to disconnect in the digital age. This bill seeks to address increased employee burnout. Digital connectivity has also been noted to be slowly eroding leisure time for employees, hence affecting their work-life balance. This bill therefore seeks to strike a balance between work and private life to allow digital technology to have a positive effect on workers' quality on life supported by employers. Honorable Speaker, since I had taken this Honorable House through this report, I would like to go specifically to the committee recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the bill and taken to account the views and recommendations of the public and relevant stakeholders, resolved to recommend that this House rejects the bill. Then the justification is that the bill does not consider the changing work environment in current work trends, where work is not measured in terms of hours of work, but also of output and achievement of employment target deliverables. 2, there is an existing government policy allowing for flexible work arrangements, such as remote work and flexi hours. So, Honorable Speaker, instead of having this bill that seeks somehow to criminalize employment, there is need, the committee observed that and recommended that there is an existing government policy that allows for deliberations on flexible work arrangements. Then 3, the current move to source for online employment opportunities by the government will render this provision not progressive. Then the issues contained by the bill may be best addressed by way of policy. Then 5, matters of compensation for extra time worked have already been provided for both in Employment Act and policy. So there is no ambiguity on issues to do with compensation for extra time. Then 6, the amendment does not provide for ways in which the employee may compensate the employer where the employee leaves work early and does not meet the work targets. So, Honorable Speaker, the proposed bill by the Honorable Cheragei seeks to give the employees leeway when they leave work, so they should not be contacted. But you see now there is a gap. It does not provide for ways in which the employee may compensate the employer, because also the employers have a right, and given that the market, the labor market in Kenya is very competitive, so it does not provide for ways in which the employee may compensate the employer where the employee leaves work early and does not meet the target. So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to appreciate the members of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Secretariat for the role they played in the scrutiny of the bill and production of the report. The committee is grateful to the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk of the National Assembly for the logistical and technical support accorded to it during its sittings. The committee further wishes to thank the sponsor of the bill and the stakeholders mentioned above for participating in the consideration of the bill. Honorable Speaker, thank you. I beg to move and request the Honorable Kihungi, member for Kangema, to second. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Kihungi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to second the bill. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to still second on rejection of the bill. Mr. Speaker, we went through the bill at the committee level. And Mr. Speaker, you find the bill, it has some terms which are very critical about to do with the bill. Because when now the bill talks about that a person should not pick a call after work. But it says he can only pick a call maybe if the case is emergency. But the bill doesn't have the part for definition. Therefore, nobody understands what emergency is.
What's your point about that, Honorable Kimei?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 35. I wish to bring to your attention that there is no quorum present in the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Fair enough. Yeah, indeed, it is evident that there is no quorum. Please ring the quorum bell. Sergeant at Arms, ring the quorum bell.
Let's stop there. Okay. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, there being no quorum, and the time being 19:55 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, the 29th of February, 2024, at 2:30 p.m.